Alright, we are live. Hello, hi. How are we doing? Hello, Croc Rock. Hi, hope you're doing good. Here's Croc Rock. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yep, today won't be that long, to be fair. Something between like 3 or 4 hours, because I got invited by my sister to get food. More so an all-you-can-eat thingy. Randomly, spontaneously. So yeah. It'll be like 3 or 4 hours today. What the fuck? You can't have a short stream? I must, unfortunately. I must. I mean, hey, it's nice. Food is good. Food is always good. I'd say food is good. Let me check Discord. I haven't even checked if there's anything on Discord. Stop being sick. I'd love to, buddy. I'd love to. Too bad that I'm not. What do we have here? Oh my god. More Yahoo questions? Goodness gracious. Okay, well. Here we are. I also got a more interesting one I want to watch. That one's really interesting. We'll look at that later as well. Talking about mice here. Mice. But yeah, it has been a regular Sunday. It's grey outside and wet. And my garden is essentially a swamp. I live like Shrek. Crazy. Okay, there's 10 of them. I can tell that there's 10 of them. Help! What is this? Stop! Dude, we barely started, but I'm starting to have problems. What is this? Maybe I'm dying. Maybe it's over. I'm going to lose my voice and die. Maybe that's the reason. Anyways, I think we'll just start, right? I think we'll don't work on this too long, and I think we'll just start. I think. But yeah, I also have a video on the mouse utopia, which sounds very interesting. Not gonna lie. So we're gonna look at that too. That's gonna be very interesting. To be his last video, if it was. To be honest, I think is it what you're trying to say. That his last video, if it was years ago. Yeah, I can tell. These are quite old. True. I can tell. Sure. What is going on? Help. Help! Otherwise everything seems to be fine. Yes, perfect. Yoink. And we are over here now. Eek. Alright, that means we start with this one. Then we'll do probably, if Shadow Clips pops up, we're gonna do Shadow Clips, the one that Shadow Clips sent in. Then we'll do the Mouse Utopia. Because that's interesting. I think. Anyways, here we go. The Dumbest Yahoo Questions, Part 7 by Fresh Prince Yoop. We're gonna dive into the hell of Yahoo questions. Here we go.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
My girl swallowed.
Also, do eggs? Question mark. Guys, do eggs?
After oral. Now I'm worried she get pregnant.
How would you? How would you get Never mind.
What the fuck? I bought her laxatives, but don't know how to ask. How do I nicely ask what he to take the laxatives so she doesn't get pregnant? Oh my god. So you want?
Can you get pregante? What do you mean you can't spell pregnant? Not only that, she can't get pregnant from swallowing your swimmers.
Went ahead and bought your girl those Plan B laxatives. In no way, shape, or form is your girl gonna get pregnant from this. You just gonna give her a loose ass booty hole in the toilet. You just think she gonna be doodling kids out like.
Bro truly thinks that giving her laxatives will avoid her getting pregnant. Yes, because everyone knows babies are formed in the in the gut.
Is it okay to run an illegal library from my locker at school? Why would you even want to do this? You about to be known as the black market librarian at your school. And how many books can you possibly fit in your locker to run an illegal library? You about to get 3 books checked out and that's all your inventory. Is Spain a part of Mexico because they all...
Oh my god. It is crazy. Is Spain a part of Mexico? Because they all speak Mexican. Someone help. No! No! Hi, Dinosaur. Are you doing? I'm doing good. As well as Pixar AI trailer. Some of those are messed up. I know. I've seen most of them. Not gonna lie.
All speak Mexican. Someone help. Where the fuck do they speak Mexican? Is it legal for a girl who isn't from Turkey to marry a turkey in Turkey?
Hold up. Is it legal for a girl who isn't from Turkey to marry a turkey in Turkey? Now, this thing has multiple meanings. For one, this person could mean a person that is Turkish. This person could also mean a literal turkey. What are we doing?
In Turkey. What's wrong with people? Ain't nobody out here trying to marry Thanksgiving dinner. Let me find out girls are out here wifed up by a turkey sandwich. Where can I hide a body?
911, what's the nature of your emergency?
How do I fart? I've never farted.
There's no way. Not a real question. No. There's no way. I don't believe you. Get out of here.
I never farted. Get yourself some laxatives from the first dude who thought he got his girlfriend pregnant, then eat you some Taco Bell, and you'll be farting in no time like... I think my granddad's goat.
My guy, this was way too long. Yeah, but yeah, they do this. And they nuke their shit around. It's crazy work. Everybody for everyone. Yes, even women. Even women. Women are gross. They poop.
Is in my house. What should I do? The goat over there probably trying to figure out why you in the house too. The goat over there panicking like... Is there a scientific purpose to butt hair?
That's a good question. Is there? I think there is. Because why would it be there?
My theory is that it acts as a net to guide the bowel movements out. That's some strong ass booty hair if it's guiding out the doo-doo. Every time I masturbate, I end up getting angry and throwing my turtle against the wall. He's okay.
Why though? Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. This is some strong post-nut clarity. This is some very strong post-nut clarity. That's crazy. And the turtle?
Hey for now, but I don't think he can take much more. I hope the Ninja Turtles whoop your ass for beating your meat and beating your turtle. How to find the average of... How you find the average of punctuation marks? How much do a 12-pack of eggs cost?
The eggs. Do eggs? Do eggs. In cigarettes. Wait. He asked how much eggs cost? In cigarettes.
Bruh.
So if women eat peanut butter and ham sandwiches when pregnant, what do men eat when pregnant?
Damn it, goats are trolling with that shout. Yeah. Empreg! We once again have it again. Bro, calm down. Men cannot get pregnant. I don't care what anybody says. Men cannot get pregnant. How to find the average of question marks?
First off, I've never heard of anybody eating peanut butter and ham sandwiches. And secondly, men don't get pregnant. Before doors, how do people go outside? Update. I'm not sure how this was possible. No one answers me when I ask this. Seriously, what is so fucking funny about it? Stupid idiot 12-year-olds don't even know the answer but keep making fun of me for asking.
They went They went through the door frame before doors. Or they went through just a hole in the wall. Just a hole in the wall. Straight up. Or just a hole, or just the cave entrance. What are you talking about?
You need to take your ass outside and get off the internet. The oxygen that's not getting to your brain is outside. Every time I eat pillowcases, I get diarrhea. Could I be allergic?
Pillowcases? Diarrhea. Allergic. What the fuck? Yeah, nah, bro, this can't be real.
Even if it's a mere snack, like half of a pillowcase, I still get the runs. I've tried all diarrhea medicine.
Snack? Did your mom eat PBJ when she had you? I think you mean peanut butter jelly? No. I don't know what my mom ate. But my little brother came out the chunky boy, so whatever she ate, it must have been good. Regardless, you should not eat pillowcases, not even half a pillowcase.
Pepto-Bismol, Imodium, etc. But it still happens. I don't want to stop eating them. They're my favorite food, but I don't know what to do. Bed sheets digest better than pillowcases, so you might want to try that. My nipples look like jelly beans. Can I eat them?
What? If your nipples look like Bennett jelly beans, then you have a problem. There's something wrong with you.
If they look like Starburst jelly beans, you might as well just go in. Is this wrong? I kissed my sister on the lips. She is a 12-year-old. Is that incest? I just wanted to practice. Update. Practice with your sister for kissing boy isn't incest. What the fuck does this say? Practice
with your sister for kissing boy isn't insect, right? So first of all, it's incest. Second of all, I think that he's either a little younger, probably. That's why. Hopefully. It's still crazy. That's crazy.
With your sister for kissing boy isn't insect, right? Oh my god. You need to make out with a dictionary with your badass English. Does this mean I'm pregnant? Clear blue.
Clear blue? You are not pregnant. Right? Because that's...
This is the clear indication your ass don't need to be reproducing. I dream of strangling people and hiding the bodies in a crawl space.
Well, get this man out of here. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Is that normal? This is what happens when you binge watch serial killer documentaries on Netflix. If people want to eat fat animals, then why not fat children?
That's crazy. That's crazy. If this guy's running around out there, I must hide all the fat kiddos. Because my man is out here wanting to eat fat kiddos. It is over.
Run.
Drums, please.
In
Whatever this was, whatever that was. There's like I feel like there's a little a wave where like they're fine, they get really bad, then they're fine, then they're really bad. And we had really bad ones back to back now. So I guess the cycle is broken. The last one wasn't that much better. Holy shit. Anyways, don't kiss your sister. Like, comment, and subscribe instead. That was something. That was something. That was something. That was something. At least he has better lighting. That's the only improvement here. Yeah, the lighting was crazy in that one, right? We had his soft boxes up to the max. The lighting was crazy. Like, actually insane. Okay. So. I don't see how to find the average of... Do eggs? I love the do eggs one. It's great. It's great. I don't see the shadow clubs here yet. So I think we're doing the interesting one. We're doing the interesting one. Right? Should we? Should we not? Nah, we're doing Yeah, we're doing the interesting one.
Most part, these
Why is it started? Maybe I autoplayed it accidentally? Who cares? Who cares? Anyways, this is gonna be interesting. More so than anything else. A little bit of a more crazy stuff. The Mouse Utopia experiments. Down the Rabbit Hole by Fredrik Knudsen. Interesting. It's funny because no one in his comments said anything about his lighting in that video. Crazy. But I did. I've heard about this, in fact, already. And I found it interesting. I mostly saw this on Twitter, in fact. Apparently, it has some odd parallels to our society, which is interesting. So yeah, we'll look at this. This is gonna be either really freaky or kind of fun.
of the strange research to come out of mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the Mouse Utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s,
Mouse Utopia, wasn't that the thing, basically, where they put a bunch of mice into like a space, and they eventually just started dying after a while because they stopped reproducing? Wasn't that the thing?
70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States, the language used to describe the results such as behavior sync became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of Nim.
Our world began changing.
So what were the Mouse Utopia experiments?
Bro, it's just raiding mice. Interesting. Maybe I want to watch that thriller? Maybe I want to watch that animated movie?
Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the Environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century English
Neo what? Interesting. I've never heard of this climate group. Cannot be worse than, our current climate protesters, right?
scholar Thomas Robert Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects. These fears
Funny how overpopulation is not a problem. At least not in the West. That's kind of funny. How we ate this up, we gobbled this up. And, well, now we're facing problems with underpopulation. Yay, let's go.
were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Folkt's Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first paper on birds when he was 15, but over time, his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to Towson, Maryland, to begin research at
Wow. So he essentially went from birds to mice. Instead, yup. We're gonna test how mice react in an enclosed environment. Interesting.
Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore, but the research itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over 1/4 of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the 1/4 acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure a name.
Interesting. Also, 1/4 acre is quite big. This must have been hard to overlook and oversee. Huh.
Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist. Calhoun was
Oh, come on. That's disappointing. But, mouse... I don't think... I thought there were multiple, though.
very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this number, the population density would be tight. He began by placing 5 pregnant females in the enclosure, providing ample genetic diversity, and soon the population was increasing exponentially. But then something surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members.
Oh, so it had room for 5,000, but it only reached 150. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. That is very interesting. Oh, okay. But why?
He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations. He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some
Oh, high infant mortality. Are you telling me that they are not taking care of their young, the females? They just abandoned them? Interesting.
reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this was, but to prove them, he would need more data. In 1954, about 5 years after his initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team,
Oh, so probably he's gonna repeat the experiment. Probably with multiple different sample sizes, I'm assuming. And here he'll come to different conclusions. At least that's my assumptions. That's my assumption.
he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller-scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology. His opening paragraph ominously reads so, quote, "In the celebrated thesis of Thomas Malthus, vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations. Students of the subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment. But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior?" Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results.
So he did it once, and then repeated it possibly another 6 times, maybe more. But they had all similar results regardless of how he conducted them. That's kind of scary.
The design of these habitats was simple. The layout was a rectangle measuring
Oh, interesting. So we had a rectangle, we have like stairs, platforms, food and water. It might be food or water? I think this might be food. This is water. I could be wrong. Could be either. We have nesting places. Okay, interesting. Okay. And then more platforms. Huh. Okay. Where the mice live in this case. Okay. Or rats, whatever.
10 feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section was equipped similarly.
What was the decision for that? Because, yeah, here's a bridge, down here's a bridge, and then behind me is another bridge? Well, not behind me, over here, right? And then here's one missing, but why? Why would you? Interesting.
With a food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But Calhoun, leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making the spiral staircase to that pen's living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more insidious change was to their food supply. In half of the experiments, Calhoun supplied powdered food, but in the other half he placed feeders of his own design, consisting of hard pellets behind a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56.
Okay. Interesting. No image of the original experiments besides illustrations are publicly available. Well, that's kind of sad. I wonder what this really looked like. Oh, not bad. It really was. Regardless. I wonder if the powdered and pellet food made any big difference. If the mice would rather go for the pellets.
Evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center sections to eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer pens would wake up and begin guarding their respective territories, since there was only one entrance ramp to either.
Yeah, it makes sense that the weaker male mice would go earlier, because the dominant ones wouldn't protect these spaces, right? So that makes sense. Okay.
And the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as
Wait, what? Again. The males? The weaker males?
protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior. Though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male, they would never attempt to mate with any of them.
So, the weaker males were with the females, but they would never mate with the females. Instead, they would try to mate with the dominant males. Okay.
Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's special feeders was taking hold. Since procuring food was such a lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats until, eventually, the rats would refuse to eat unless another rat was present. Since more rats tended to be in the center pens, this behavior meant that, over time, more and more rats made their way there, further condensing them. This heightened the proximity of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly.
So, what I'm assuming is going to happen, the females will try to eat. After a while, it will happen that they won't take care of their little ones, and they will attempt to eat them.
Nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be interrupted in their nest-building practices to engage in some other social activity. As time wore on, this led to sparser nests which could not house the young properly. If a mother decided to move her litter, she often would only move some of them or scatter them about the pen in separate locations. What's more, when female rats are ready to mate, the males can sense it, and the enclosed space meant that a female could not escape the continuous advances of the males during these periods. Even when they would enter their nests for a reprieve, they would be followed in and harrowed. These factors together resulted in an extremely high infant mortality rate, in one case reaching 96%. For the males, this manifested in different ways. The dominant males would occasionally lash out in violence against the other members of the pen, including infants, often biting and wounding their tails. Among the lower class males were three groups. The first he described as the homosexuals, which he immediately corrects as pansexuals, who would not compete for status but would often attempt to mate with any other rat, regardless of gender or age. Much like in the end pens, these advances went unchallenged. The second group he described as somnambulists, who moved slowly through the pen without interacting with other individuals in any fashion, and the other rats, in turn, ignored them, except in rare circumstances.
I am seeing... Hello, Somex. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I am seeing odd similarities to humans. I'm seeing very odd similarities to humans. Is that what's happening right now? We have like parts of the population that essentially socially isolate them. Isn't that technically what's happening right now?
These rats, externally, he described as fat, sleek, and healthy looking. But to him, the strangest group was the third, which he named the probers. These rats were hyperactive, hypersexual, and pansexual. Despite violence from the dominant male,
I mean, we do have... What the fuck? We do have that as well. We do have that as well. You could argue we do have that as well. Because we have an increasingly, we have also parts of the population that are increasingly degenerate. Huh, weird. I'm doing great, Doug. What about you? I'm doing alright, I'm doing alright. I'm going later to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Let's go.
They would viciously pursue females in heat, eschewing any sort of courtship ritual and following them into their burrows to mate. Later on in the experiments, they would often find the corpses of the improperly cared for young, which they would cannibalize. In time, one of Calhoun's assistants would publicly describe these pens as hell. At this point, Calhoun ended the experiments, but he predicted that these pathological changes would have eventually led to the deaths of the colonies. At their conclusion, he would take the 4 healthiest males and females and allow them to breed, but their behavior had been so inexorably altered that none of their pups survived beyond weaning. This short article enraptured its US audience, and the effects on both the scientific world and popular culture were immediate. People began to relate Calhoun's rat experiments to modern city life, and in an era where fear of social deviance was reaching an extreme high, it was largely seen as a reflection of the current time and where society.
See, you could argue that we have already these similar results. We already have that, so we already have low See, this only really harsh. It does affect other continents as well, but it mostly affects the Western world. We already have some of these issues. Guess how much common DNA human and rats share? I don't know. They're like 90% similar. What do I know? Like, we already do have low birth rates. We do have, and as harsh as this may sound, we do have an ever-increasing amount of LGBTQ, which technically you could associate to the homosexuals in the experiment. And we do have essentially males that refuse to interact or basically drop out of society. Interesting.
Could be heading, egged on by Calhoun's provocative language and allegorical design of his test environment, made to look like a city. Population density quickly
I don't remember if it's with rats or mice, but I heard there's 91% of same DNA as humans. That's crazy. See, what's also interesting is that I don't even think this is a population. What I believe is that this is a result of possibly comfort. I feel like humans need an obstacle. They need to have some form of problem. A bit crazy if some never heard of it. Probably. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's not population. Because if that were the case, then you would see similar problems in highly populated countries too, but some of them you don't see that. So maybe it's actually problems. Or the lack thereof. Because I feel like if you don't have anything to do, I feel like you as a human, you become stagnant. Huh.
became a common topic. Psychologist Carl Rogers, in his work Some Social Issues Which Concern Me, stated that, quote, "The resemblance to human behavior is frightening. In humans, we see poor family relationships, the lack of caring, the complete alienation, the magnetic attraction of overcrowding, the lack of involvement which is so great that it permits people to watch a long, drawn-out murder without so much as calling the police. Perhaps all city dwellers are inhabitants of a behavioral sink." Unquote. Soon after, studies of dense urban environments were conducted to see if these effects translated directly to humans, but what they found was inconclusive and unsatisfying. Despite the suggestions of Calhoun's rats, humans in cities reacted differently or sometimes opposite the manner that researchers expected, depending on the location. No matter how they tried, no evidence of a widespread behavioral sink could be found in urban areas. But this did not dissuade Calhoun. Even as others explored the problem of overcrowding, Calhoun frantically continued his research. Now
Well, that's because... See, the problem is that I wonder if you look at it now, at this experiment, you compare it to what's happening now, if you do see similarities. Because basically, one component, for example, that wasn't as readily available during the experiment in comparison to now is essentially sexual gratification, which is the copious amounts of corn we have access to. That will be one of them. Nobody trust me, I don't want it, no problems. You do want to have at least, you want some obstacles in your life, something you want to overcome, because if you don't, you become stagnant. Wasn't there a period where you were at home incredibly bored and you had nothing to do and it was kind of annoying? Yeah. Humans don't need problems. Some humans benefit when there's problems to big groups. I think humans need obstacles in order to for them to thrive. Because if there's nothing you have to do, if anything is provided, then you're just gonna waste away. Like if food, water, shelter, intimacy, like all your problems are solved, I think that the humans would start deteriorating.
Celebrated success and emboldened by the public acceptance of his ideas, he resumed his work at NIM on an even larger scale, though again away from the public eye. He spent his time on new subjects as he continued to perfect his enclosures and experiments until finally, after 11 years, Calhoun revealed his magnum opus through an article he entitled Death Squared, which was published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine in January of 1973. The lengthy opening to this article was undeniably apocalyptic. Calhoun wrote, "I shall largely speak of mice, but my thoughts are on man, on healing, on life and its evolution. Threatening life and evolution are the two deaths, death of the spirit and death of the body. Evolution, in terms of ancient wisdom, is the acquisition of access to the tree of life." Unquote. He goes on to heavily reference revelations and of the riders of the apocalypse, using them to proclaim that the Hippocratic Oath applies not only to the body, but to the spirit. After this dramatic introduction, he described his test. For the most part, these new experiments were similar to his 1963 trials, including unlimited access to food and water, protection from the elements and predators, and safeguards against disease. Many parts, however, were drastically altered. As Calhoun mentions in his introduction, the Norway rats used in his first publicized experiments were replaced with albino house mice, which were taken from a breeding group from the National Institutes of
Random house mice, okay. Death Squared is such a good title, true. Need is a big word. Humans need progress, not problem. But in order to have progress, you need a problem to solve. I want to go from A to B faster. This is a problem. How do I solve it? And that makes progress. If you have everything you need, there will be no progress. Because why would there be progress? You have everything. Think of the primitive humans, hunter-gatherers, what problems they needed. They didn't need any, in the sense that they did need them regardless. Otherwise, they would have. If they didn't need to hunt, they didn't need to gather. I can promise you that we would now still live in a hunter-gatherer society. Because there's no the only thing that would technically improve is the way to hunt and gather. And once that that desire would be fulfilled, they wouldn't do anything. You need an issue to solve, otherwise there's no progress.
Of health made specifically to prevent communicable disease. To fit his new subjects, Calhoun had designed an entirely new enclosure. This version was much more vertical, with 16 wall-mounted housing areas for the rats at the tops of long metal tubes, which Calhoun called walk-up apartments. At the bottom of each apartment was a virtually unlimited supply of food, water, and nesting material. With the space provided, Calhoun estimated that it could potentially hold 3,840 mice. He named this enclosure Universe 25. Calhoun's methods also had changed. Rather than instituting population controls, he would interfere far less. His plan was to place 8 mice in the enclosure, 4 male and 4 female, and simply watch and wait. Calhoun observed 4 distinct phases in the ensuing experiment. Phase A was predictable, constituting the time period before the first new mice were born, which ended up being 104 days. For the mice, these days were, quote, marked by considerable social turmoil. After the social order was established and the first brood was born, the population began Phase B, which Calhoun named the exploitation phase. During this time, the mice doubled in number every 55 days as new young grew to maturity and had their own young. This doubling continued until day 315 after
That's a lot of mice. I think our term to problem is different at this moment, so never mind. I'm just saying that humans need an obstacle. We need an obstacle, otherwise we stop progressing. Right now, we have the obstacle of climate change. That is a problem. Basically, it's an obstacle for the for future humans. How do we solve this? And from this thought of how do we solve this comes progress in more energy efficiency, alternatives, right? Once that is gone, there will be another obstacle, and so far and so on, because new things arise. But in a perfect world where there would be nothing to solve, I think we would die out. I think we would die out 100%.
after which the doubling rate slowed to a rate of 145 days, nearly 3 times as long. By this point, the different broods had clumped into one side of the pen, exhibiting the same sort of clumping as the Norway rats, but this time without any coaxing from Calhoun's designs. This change in the rate of procreation marked Phase C, which Calhoun labeled as the stagnation phase. This is when the most notable events occurred, and they eerily mirrored Calhoun's rat experiments. In a natural setting, those mice which find no social niche will leave the colony, but in this experiment, emigration was impossible, and so those forced to remain withdrew from society. These dejected males formed a large pool in the center of the enclosure. They quickly became characterized by both their inactivity and their many scars and wounds. Occasionally, they would grow agitated and attack one another, and with nowhere to retreat, the recipient of these attacks would simply...
Hold up. Wait a minute. That is odd. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. That is eerily similar to humans. That is eerily similar to what is happening to young men right now. That's weird. That's weird. That is odd. That is eerily weird, similar. That is very, very weird. Odd. That is very similar.
lay still and endure the assault. The outcast females, rather than joining them, would retreat to the highest apartments and live quietly among one another. It was during this...
Whoa. This is very weird. This is very similar to what's happening. Right? In the middle, you can basically have the mice substitute, the human mice substitute for essentially what we now call incels, right? Males who are isolated, get agitated, aggressive, and may even hurt others. And we have the women essentially like completely separating from men. That is very weird and oddly similar. I am baffled. I am very baffled.
Time that the behavioral sync manifested, with mice gathering around specific food hoppers in large numbers while others remained almost entirely untouched, showing how, again, the need for social interaction had become so intertwined with the need for food that the former had overtaken the latter. The males who had won the initial fights also were placed under extreme stress. As more and more mice reached maturity from within and without, the leaders of the social groups continually had to patrol and defend their territory. Eventually, they reached the point of exhaustion and could not defend the females within their group. These females were therefore forced to defend the nest themselves, even when nursing their young, leading to generalized aggressive behavior. This aggression would inevitably be misdirected onto their young, who would be wounded by their mothers and forced to leave the nest before they were finished weaning. Much like the rats, the mother mice would also forget some of their young when moving from one nesting site to another. Due to the added stress of defending their territory, sometimes the mothers would reabsorb unborn mice in the womb, further reducing the fertility rates. Calhoun writes, "For all practical purposes, there had been a death of societal organization by the end of Phase C. Finally, there
That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Huh.
was Phase D, which Calhoun entitled the Death Phase. This phase was characterized largely by an entire generation of young who had been rejected by their mothers early and forced to leave the nest, and they were therefore unable to exhibit
You could argue we are before this phase already. We are right. You could argue that this phase may have already kind of started. Right? With the ever rising emergence of, right? There's a lot of women out there who basically create content around the fact that they don't, that like they don't want to raise boys. And obviously, if you think further, that if they do have to raise boys, that they would mistreat them potentially. We can argue that humans, that we are getting more faster separated from families now than we have ever in modern times. There is some, it is eerily similar.
normal social behavior. This manifested in numerous ways. The females of this generation had far fewer children, and those that did have children lacked the maternal instincts necessary
What the fuck?
to raise them beyond weaning. Calhoun goes on to describe the males of this generation. Quote, "Male counterparts to these non-reproducing females were soon dubbed the beautiful ones. They never engaged in sexual approaches toward females, and they never engaged in fighting, and so they had no wound or scar tissue. Thus, their pelage remained in excellent condition. Their behavioral repertoire became largely confined to eating, drinking, sleeping, and grooming."
Bro, stop! 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 This is happening right now! Stop! Stop! Stop, 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 stop. This is happening right now to us. You could argue this is happening right now to us. Stop. This is oddly similar. This is oddly similar. Stop. Stop.
None of which carried any social implications beyond that represented by contiguity of bodies. Unquote. As the last mice with reproductive instincts aged beyond their fertility, Calhoun declared that the last male would die around day 1780 of the experiment, effectively rendering the colony dead as it would be unable to produce any more young. His present tense language implied that, when the article was published, the colony was still technically alive, though its final fate was practically sealed. Calhoun closed his article with a call to action. For an animal so complex as man, there is no logical reason why a comparable sequence of events should not also lead to species extinction. If opportunities for role fulfillment fall far short of the demand by those capable of filling roles and having expectancies to do so, only violence and disruption of social organization can follow. Individuals born under these circumstances will be so out of touch with reality as to be incapable even of alienation.
Why the fuck is this very reminiscent of what we're seeing today? Stop. If opportunities for role fulfillment fall far short of the demand by those capable of fulfilling roles, this is already happening because the roles we have, first of all, they can no longer be fulfilled. And they're also not desired to be fulfilled anymore. If you do say so, if I do say so, looking at the state of society. Wow. Hold up. We have a very strong disruption of social organization. We do have that kind of as well. Overall, you could argue society has become slightly more and more violent. At least from what we can tell. Huh, interesting.
Their most complex behaviors will become fragmented. Acquisition, creation, and utilization of ideas appropriate for life in a post-industrial, cultural, conceptual, technological society will have been blocked. Just as biological generativity in the mouse involves this species' most complex behaviors, so does ideational generativity for man. Loss of these respective complex behaviors means death of the species. But even as Calhoun was performing his research on mice, others had been at work applying his theories to humans. By this point, researchers had moved to more specific locations of overcrowding rather than the generalized location of cities, testing the effects on students in dormitories and patients at hospitals, but the most fruitful example they discovered was in prisons. Paul Paulus from the University of Texas wrote that prisons were the perfect place for this sort of study, describing the social interaction between inmates as intense, prolonged, inescapable, and realistic. The prison in the study also offered the closest analog to Calhoun's rat experiments, since the prisoners could not escape the company of others, even in their communal cells. There, they found connections between over-socialization and suicide, violence, psychopathy, and stress. After such studies, environmental psychologists began to discover the problem. They identified two different kinds of density: physical density and social density. Physical density was the amount of space per person, while social density was the number of individuals occupying a space. They found that social density was the much more important factor, as individuals in high social...
Well, that makes sense, yeah. That is, if this is applicable to humans, then there's a good chance we are either at the start of... From what we can tell, we are either at the start of phase Z, or in the middle, slowly moving towards phase D. Interesting.
Social density were unable to control their interactions with others. Based on this research, human environments could be designed to at least partially mitigate these issues, allowing those living within them the privacy they needed to maintain healthy social interaction. Outside of scientific discourse, Calhoun's rhetoric has maintained its strength through the years, with different groups of all political persuasions bending his results to support their views on social degradation, however they may define it. Among more scholarly sources, Calhoun has been both lauded and criticized for his work. Those who support him cite his forward thinking about overpopulation, while those who deride him cite his misrepresentation of the actual social problems within cities, guiding discourse away from the true causes of societal discord. But no matter what those in the modern day think of his research, his influence on the way America views its cities...
See, there is a slight problem with this. Back then, there's one important factor that is hard to put into consideration, because mice do not have the internet. Humans do. So this isolation might actually be much quicker. This isolation might be much quicker, considering that you can get all your supposedly social interaction through the internet now. Another rat and humanity experiment. Yeah, the mouse universe, which I see odd parallels to us humans. It's weird. It's off-putting. Also, hi Joe. How you doing? Hope you doing good. Hello.
is undeniable.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. It feels eerily similar to what's happening now. We do have similar behavior. We do essentially, right, the beautiful ones, which were the mice that essentially just were eating, drinking, grooming, and sleeping. We do have that already. We do have that already. We do have lower and lower birth rates here in the West. The question is, though, we are rat people. We might as well be rat people. The question is, though, is that really linked to overpopulation? Because while other places are far more overpopulated, and we are seeing these effects not just in cities, but even urban areas with men. So here comes the question. Is it really overpopulation? Or is it lack of purpose? Which seems to be a bigger problem. Anyways, who knows? We are the rat people. We're not humans, we are rats. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Very interesting, very interesting. Interesting experiment. We are humans, we are rats. Probably. Maybe. Potentially. Who knows? I have not received a call from my sister yet. Yay! We'll see. We'll see. Next up. What are we looking at? Let's do this one. This one? Let's do this.
Guys, I'm gonna need y'all.
Let's do this. Let's see. Let's see. Help. I'm still cooked. I'm still sick. What the heck? Stop Noticing The War on Men by Andy Pans Gaming. I find his tweets sometimes funny, not gonna lie. His outlandish tweets. Here we go. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, stop noticing.
Guys, I'm gonna need y'all to stop noticing some things. Stop noticing that Nathan Drake and Sully were replaced by girl bosses. Stop noticing that a small black woman single-handedly beat the shit out of Nathan and Sam. Stop noticing that the developer of the ultra-based Killzone games now makes games about a fat...
Is that crazy, right? We treated Killzone for this. We traded Killzone for this. Give me back Killzone. Thank you. Just give me back.
That dog ugly lesbian who definitely drives a Jeep Wrangler. Stop noticing that one of the best characters of all time, Jin Sakai, was replaced with a butch lesbian who raises a child with another woman.
That is an argument. Kind of true, yeah. I mean, apparently Ghost of Yote is not a bad game, but the characters are supposedly dog shit.
An action that God hates. Stop noticing that angry masculinity personified, Kratos, was replaced with the cuck of war, who isn't even the main character.
The cuck of war is crazy work, bro.
In his own story anymore. Stop noticing that a muscly armed lesbian in Last of Us 2 literally killed Joel as the bagel director of the game.
That is horrible. That's the reason why I didn't get The Last of Us 2. Because you killed Joel. And I don't care anymore about the game. And then there's just Sagex. Sorry, but this does not look like a woman. This does not look like a woman without the clothes. She looks like a dude, and the scene looks like Sagex. Lord Sakai had a character, had a drive. True.
Game held him down for a beating. Stop noticing that the director is Jewish. Ellie's girl.
It's the Jews. That's crazy work.
Girlfriend is Jewish, and the entire game was stated by the director to be a metaphor for Israel. Stop noticing that Peter is cucked by a woman and a black man in Spider-Man 2, and MJ somehow went from being a journalist to a superhero because stunning and brave. Shall we do Xbox next? Stop noticing that based masculine characters like Marcus, Dom, and Cole were replaced by Kate Diaz. Stop noticing...
Yeah, that's a catastrophe, thank you. That is a catastrophe. I'm sorry. As for Halo, I kind of have to agree here. Not only that, there is a developer at Halo Studios, okay? Who hates guns. But he makes games. He makes a shooter, first-person shooter, but he hates guns. Why are you there?
Noticing that Halo Studios made Cortana ugly and Chief a simp. Stop noticing that
Isn't that even Cortana? Isn't that a separate thing, like a copy or something? To be fair, I won't be using this as an argument. Fable was never pretty. Fable characters were always ugly.
they made the hero in Fable a woman. But guys, don't worry, there's totally not.
I think probably you will be able to use both genders again. Right? Hopefully, I don't know. I'm pretty certain that that's the case because it's Fable, and you always had the option to pick a male as well. Unless, again, this is probably it will have nothing to do with Fable actually. But yeah, I wouldn't complain about the ugly Fable characters. Fable characters were always ugly. There's a reason why it takes this long to pick a wife in Fable, because these bitches all do be looking ugly.
Not an attack on men right now. Stop noticing that based masculine Assassin's Creed protagonists were replaced with a black queer man and an ugly woman. Stop noticing that Silent Hill F is just feminist propaganda designed to make women hate the concept of marriage. Very subtle.
Bro is out here shots firing. Bro is out here firing shots at these people. See, it's also that Silent Hill F is just bad. It's just a bad game also. The only reason it's glazed is because there hasn't been a Silent Hill game for so long, but the combat is just a significantly worse Souls-like. It's just the truth. If I didn't inform you yesterday, see, Tanya the Evil is Season 2. Soon. Only been 9 years. Well, it does take, unfortunately, very long. But you said that yesterday, I think.
By the way, there's a boss at the end that's a wedding dress. Stop noticing that after 3 Witcher games starring Geralt, the new game we play exclusively as Ciri, who they just happen to make ugly and fat now. Could it be because of all the diversity consultants and...
Yeah. Oh god, Kim Bel-Air. That is trauma-inducing. That is very trauma-inducing. I won't argue on Witcher because, well, Ciri was set up to be the next main character for a while, so we'll have to see. I don't know. She still looks at least fine.
Cucked beta males that CDPR recently hired? Nah, couldn't be related. Stop noticing that you couldn't play as a woman or a minority in Call of Duty World at War 2008, and now you are forced to play as a woman and a minority in Black Ops 7. Stop noticing that you couldn't play as a woman or a minority in Battlefield 4, and now you are forced to play as a woman and a minority in Battlefield 6. Stop noticing that in World War Z, all of the default characters you can pick from are gay and black. Stop noticing that every single film...
Gay and black? Bro is crazy. No patterns here. I mean, yes. I see the problem is not only that they're female, that they're black. That's not the issue. That's not the problem. You see what the problem is? It's that these characters are badly written. These characters are horrendously written. They're really, really badly written. Incredibly badly written. They're not there to be a good character. They're just there so you can tick a box. Which is horrible. I remember when they, for Resident Evil show, they swapped out the character. Not a Resident Evil show. I think it was actually Last of Us. They swapped the character's skin color just to immediately kill her in the next episode. It is crazy.
franchise has been cucked by a strong girl boss woman. Stop noticing that movies that always starred men in the lead roles are all women now.
This is an abomination. Price surprisingly was good, but this is an abomination. And Furiosa is dog shit as well.
Predator, Ghostbusters, Mad Max, Marvel, Star Wars, etc. All women. Stop noticing that in Marvel Zombies last month, they replaced all the male superheroes with girl bosses. Man, that's a lot of stuff I need you guys to stop noticing. So boys, on to the real question, why? Why is all of modern media, video games, and film against us? Keep watching, and I think the answer will surprise you. All right, boys, if you're like me, you probably stay up too late gaming all the time, so when you finally go to bed, you want to fall right to sleep. A few months ago, I got the Manta Sleep sound mask.
What the heck? It's such an odd transition. We transitioned from... We basically transitioned from gay and retarded to sleeping mask. What the heck? Stop noticing the Magic the Gathering. True. They are just ass-licking the loud and mentally unstable minority. True.
Deep and restful sleep I've been getting with these bad boys is insane. The ventilated C-shaped eye cups let you move them wherever you want, so you get a true 100% blackout even when sleeping in a bright sunny room. Or even if you're taking a nap in your car like I used to do at work. The 20-hour battery life Bluetooth speaker lets me listen to relaxing music all night while my headphones charge. The Manta Sleep sound mask can easily adjust to accommodate any person's head size. The material just feels like really high-end and nice on your face. The perforated weave on the mask stays ventilated and lets airflow in all night long so I never get hot. Click the link in the description right now for a free 10% off on a Manta Sleep mask. At checkout, enter code word AndyPants. And also, guys, huge shout out to sponsor Manta Sleep for sponsoring my edgy content. I couldn't do this without them. Okay, back to the video. Why is every single freaking movie and video game being girl bossed right now? Why has the systematic attempt to erase men gotten so bad? To put it simply, it's because men are the guardians of everything.
Absolute cinema. Peak. It's funny how we put the communist thingy before next to Hassan. Absolute cinema. Real though. Real. So real. So Miss Universe 2025 was rigged. Thailand is now investigating Miss Universe 2025 for rigging the winner vote. It has more controversy. I do not care. They could throw trash bags at each other. They could shoot themselves with atomic bombs at Miss Universe. I do not care. These things are always rigged.
That is good, beautiful, and true in society, and there are evil women out there who hate men and want to be in charge. It's as simple as that. Think about it. America was created by 56 men. Every skyscraper, bridge, and cathedral was built by men. The electricity and plumbing and foundation of your house right now was built by men. Who do governments send to fight wars and save women from burning buildings? Men. Men are the creators and sustainers of civilization itself, and we've done it for tens of thousands of years.
He isn't wrong. You can. It might be very blunt. It might be very blunt. But he isn't wrong. He isn't incorrect. It is very blunt. I admit it. It's very edgy. You could almost cut yourself, but he isn't wrong.
But as Bill Burr said one time, feminism views male patriarchy as a box of chocolates. Equal pay and being in charge of video games? Yeah, we'll take some of that. Digging ditches and roofing in the summer? Nah, y'all can keep that. Feminism at its heart is a jealousy.
Ubisoft headquarters. It's all Karens. It's all Karens. It's Karens. Always has been. Like, you can tell. Like, this one would be really obnoxious to meet in a supermarket. For real. It's all Karens.
Of God-given male authority, and it is a desire to take away male authority and put women in charge. You can see this all going back to the story of Adam and Eve in the...
Bro is not stop. Nothing is holding bro back. He does not care. He does not. Well, too blunt. He does not care. He's like, these bitches been doing it since Adam and Eve. That's crazy.
Garden. Satan knew that if he came after Adam directly, his neck would get snapped. But if he was able to trick Eve, then he could get control of Adam through Eve. Satan is the father of feminism, and Satan was the first.
Satan is the father of feminism? That is crazy. I like this man. This man's funny. Oh my god. Bro, it's not stopping.
Feminist. This is why none of us should watch Korn or support OnlyFans or...
I mean, based. Based. based, yeah, true. True. If for 10,000 of years women were patient or care house and family while men building. Yeah. But now it's see. The problem isn't the problem isn't that. The problem that he tries to basically say is that women want equality without the same responsibilities. Like I want 50% women in CEO positions. But I don't want 50% of women in bricklaying. That kind of thing, right? I think that's what he more so means here when it comes to that.
Pornhub. Corn is literally Satan getting control of you through a woman. But jumping into video games, I want to
That's crazy work.
talk about how these degenerate Boldyks were able to do this in so many game studios. Now, first and foremost, I want to make it clear that beta cuck men opened the door for this. Phil Spencer, Herman Holst, Yves Guillemot, Neil Cuckman, Corey Barlog, all pussified men who hired women to be in leadership positions at game studios. But specifically, let's look at some of the key ones involved. Kim Belair. Kim was hired and promoted at Ubisoft.
I'm about to throw up. This woman.
Off to push her anti-male, anti-white, satanic propaganda in all of the games she touched. Her team at Sweet Baby Inc. is featured in videos like this.
Over 2,000 video games are produced every year in Canada. The industry makes over $3 billion every year by creating new games, but marginalized people seem to always get the shorter end of the stick.
Can somebody tell me what reality this woman is living in? Last I checked, every single effing game had a gay, disabled black girl boss in it. So this whole marginalized people are getting cut out, like, it's just bullcrap now.
The importance of seeing this character's tits is more important than protecting their lungs.
Video game corporations have been repeating their recipe for success.
Yes. I want to see hot women. Yes. No, her lungs don't need to be protected. There does not need to be any protection for her lungs. She's not even gonna take damage. I'll make sure of that. I must save those honkabadonkers.
Success, but diversity has now become the missing ingredient.
Enemies or adversities. Like movies, you can have some form of, misrepresentation of.
Bro reeks of women's studies major. This is hilarious, bro. This is crazy.
Mental illness.
Guys, are you starting to see how gay race communism ruins everything? They poke their Jewish head into your hobby and say, you need some diversity in here. I mean, the government of...
This is crazy work. Bro is out here throwing hands. This vid is cancel material easily. But the thing is, those times are over. We have people now throwing around the N-word relentlessly. And they're white.
Canada engages in institutional theft by giving these companies tax breaks for having a diverse workforce. Have you ever wondered why these women and Jews never want diversity on an oil rig?
God damn, bro. God damn. Yeah, I don't think the Jews are the problem here. However, the owner of the hub is a Rubby. So, sure, I guess for this specific case.
Or diversity in the construction business, or diversity on deep sea welding? No, because none of them have done an actual day of work in their life, because for them, this is all about getting power. Satan wants power.
Bro is just like out here throwing shade everywhere. See, the reason why they don't put diversity in there is a simple one. They literally physically can't. Because if they want to throw, women are physically 99.9% of women are physically incapable of doing those jobs. And if they would put women there, they would eventually have to admit that men and women are not the same. which goes against their agenda.
And influence, and you do that through media, and you do that through video games. But furthermore, we might ask the question, if video games are played by 90% men, as this Capcom study shows, why is it wrong to go after your demographic? I mean, Hallmark, Lifetime, Ulta, they aim their marketing efforts at women. But video games being made for men? Oh, we can't have that now, can we? All right, so...
See, the thing is that they're even lying. They said like 50% of all players are women. That includes mobile games. If you remove mobile games, this goes back to what Capcom basically has shown, which is like an 82-18 split. You can say that 20% of players are female. At max. That's what I give it max. And I think that that's the accurate number if you remove mobile games.
At the end of this video, I want to give you guys some practical things we can do to end women infiltrating video games. But right now, I want to talk about 3 games infested with feminism and how you can avoid these games at all costs. Number 1, Ghost of Yotei. If you meet a guy who bought Ghost of Yotei, just know that you're not talking to a man anymore. You're talking to a biological male with a pocket vagina who cosplays as a woman. Never has there been a more brazen feminist move than replacing based hero Jin Sakai with an ugly lesbian girl boss. While the combat in Ghost of Tsushima was always a bit slow for me compared to the FromSoft games, let's be honest, you really are there for the story and all the based feudal Japanese stuff. Well, historicity has been completely thrown out the window with Yotei, just like Ubisoft did by putting a Braca man in AC Shadows. See, guys, because history doesn't matter. Authenticity doesn't matter. What matters is us projecting our own horrible Western politics on a 1600s game. So right off the bat, the entire premise of a female assassin who can take down a trained samurai is completely ridiculous, and I could never play this game with a straight face without laughing. Now you might say to me, but Andrew, you never had a problem with Bayonetta. Yeah, dude, Bayonetta is not trying to be historical. Ghost of Yotei claims to be historical, so completely...
True. Anybody care anymore for canceling words? Nope, nobody. Left is kind of killing, blaming, and shaming these days. It doesn't do anything anymore. The only thing Yotei had is the closer to Jin's story. Yeah. The thing is this. Words don't mean anything. If somebody calls me a racist, I will just say, okay, question mark, and... Niche game today? Sure, after this one.
Different. So now that they've committed to their fictional girl boss who never existed, the least they could do is pick a voice actor or mocap actress who could believably take down a man. Plenty of rough-looking Chinese and Japanese female MMA fighters who could believably maybe take out one guy, but this is who they chose as their voice actress and mocap artist.
They use this fat woke Antifa soldier. Holy shit! I think he doesn't even mean it the way he says it. He's just doing it for the entertainment value. He's just like, he's hyperbolic. He's criticizing it, but in a very over the top and edgy way, and I kind of like this.
What should we call this body type? Never missed a meal?
Their blood type is Hot Pocket.
Sitting in a chair all day? They prick her finger and Hot Pocket filling is going to come out. But it gets worse. They gave 5 different fighting styles to her, and none of them could believably be practiced against a group of men by a woman today. I have a buddy who's been in martial arts his entire life, and he explained to me that it's literally impossible for a woman to wield katanas the way that Atsu does in Yokai. Women simply lack the upper body strength. It's not possible. But again, physics and reality don't matter when you gotta get your stunning and brave on. Also, as the cherry on top, it also happens that the voice actress of Atsu is, of course, a satanic Antifa leftist who just said that she is part of Antifa on Twitter. Also, should you be even remotely attracted to this woman, they made sure to put the most dog-ugly outfits in the game imaginable. You know, because men are evil and must be punished for their God-given desires. So how have the Jewish-owned YouTubers and media conglomerates been
Crazy work. It's just crazy.
responding to this game? 10 out of 10. Replacing a man with a woman, so unique. Ghost of Yote, so beautiful. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. So this applies equally to all of the games I'm talking about today. But guys, if you see a YouTuber supporting Ghost of Yote,
Redditors are not men. They are traitors. Oh, bro.
okay, we should treat them the way we treated traitors in World War II. The men of Reddit still pushing feminism in 2025 have pocket vaginas, and we shouldn't even acknowledge these guys as men anymore. I'm talking about Mighty.
Bro is on demon timing here. Bro is villainous.
Keefe, Actman, Bellular, Shillup, Luke Stevens, Reforge Gaming.
All satanic LGBTQ supporters, they have vaginas soon on. That is so over, bro. Oh my god.
Rhino, Shinobi, all of these dudes are beta cucks. These dudes aren't men, they're women cosplaying as men, and we should deal with them accordingly. Number 2, The Witcher 4. So I've seen a few people simping for Ciri in Witcher 4, and I'm sorry, I just don't think you guys have been paying attention. Ciri is actually much more powerful than a Witcher. She's a mage with elder blood, so she's way more powerful than a Witcher. So why would Ciri ever want to be downgraded to being a Witcher? Well, because stunning and brave, of course, and because women got to do everything a man can do. It's like if you were the garbage man at a company and your wife was the CEO cucking you, and one day she showed up and was the garbage man just to embarrass you. This is essentially what they're doing with girl boss Ciri. The other ridiculous thing is that the trial of grasses, which every Witcher has to undergo, would have definitely killed her, as it kills basically every woman who's tried it. This is why basically only men can be Witchers. But is this not the most 2025 ass game ever, that we have to make Ciri a Witcher who does the trial of grasses just to show men that she can do everything a man can do, even if that thing is chemical torture? The cherry on top is, of course, that they had to make her ugly. Gone is the completely freaking beautiful young Ciri from Witcher 3. She looks like...
I have to say it. What is the obsession, okay? It's not that she's really ugly. But what is the obsession with this part of every female character? Not every woman on this planet has it to this intensity at all times. And there's multiple female characters that have... It has a name, I forgot the name. But this part, to such a big intensity and so visible. It is crazy.
She smoked Camel Reds for every day for 20 years. Yikes. But boys, uglification of women is directly from the leftist playbook. Every woman must be an ugly lesbian girl boss, and they all must be more powerful than men. Another thing I don't think people have considered is how so much of Witcher 3 was fun specifically because you're playing as a man. You're a badass, you're having romances with women, etc. Think about it. All of that is gone in Witcher 4 because you're playing as a woman now. No more flirting with Yennefer. No more flirting
Interesting.
with Triss. No more flirting with Kira Metz. Because you're a woman now, guys. You're not Geralt. I feel like people have just sort of accepted the idea, oh yeah, it makes sense to play as Ciri now. And nobody has really thought about how actually unfun it is to play 200 hours being forced to play as a woman. Another thing that lets me know how horribly woke Witcher 4 is going to be is all of the political activists who are working on it now. As you can see in the photo here, all of the based white dudes who made Witcher 3 have been fired, and they all left to go form a separate studio. So who's left to work on Witcher 4? Well, women and gay men, of course. In 2023, things took a really dark turn for CDPR when...
Yeah, that's usually how it starts. Yeah, that. He isn't wrong about this. That's usually how it starts. Yeah, I do see dark times of Witcher 4. Sure, this is usually how it happens. Not always, but there is a chance. There is a good chance.
They launched their new Diversity and Inclusion initiative. Witcher 4 recently hired as its senior writer this chick Mary Kinney, who worked on such woke disasters as Spider-Man 2 at Insomniac. Mary recently said this: There are so many LGBTQ developers, and we want what players want, to design experiences that tell the player, we're here, we're important, and we belong. Implying,
I'll be real, I don't give a shit. I couldn't care less. I want good and interesting games. If that character happens to be gay, sure, but once it becomes an integral point of that character, that's when it becomes stupid. It's like if a character you put, like, look at this. Imagine you had the Veilguard, right? But instead of this one obnoxious non-binary chick, you had a chick who was always just about just fucking dudes, or a guy was just about like him fucking dudes, like him fucking women is the most integral part of his character. Nobody would like this dude. It'd be annoying as fuck. Can we go back to the Tomb Raider and Bayonetta girl bosses? Yes, please.
I suppose that she is a degenerate, God-hating lesbian as well. With regard to LGBTQ inclusion, she said this: we need to pull every lever we have, characters, community support, mechanics, to make it so. This woman is basically a propaganda activist who hates men and wants to push her anti-white, anti-male agenda. But nah, bro, Witcher 4 is totally gonna be based. Totally, don't even worry about it. Next, CDPR hired this guy, Kian Marr, to be a lore designer for Witcher 4. He's previously written for The Gamer and IGN, which are both incredibly woke. The dude is a satanic homosexual, and he said this: people would rather be bigoted and blame the fact they're straight white men on their inability to get a job than, the fact they're not quite as good a writer as they'd like to think, which ironically is a byproduct of unfounded straight white man confidence. Somebody said this.
I find this incredibly funny how the biggest and greatest stories have been written by straight white men. Hold up, wait a minute.
On Twitter, in 2020, I want muscle so I can effectively punch gamers and also so I can carry cute people and dogs of any size easily. Kian replied, I didn't realize until this tweet, but this is now also what I want, assuming he wants to punch gamers. Like, bro, why are you working at a game studio if you're publicly saying that you hate gamers? I don't get it. So yeah, guys, Witcher 4 is going to be a woke disaster, and I would say there's...
This guy hates gamers. Makes games. I have a problem here. It's crazy. Horizon also pretty much went off the road with the DLC. Literally had base game, have two dudes going for her, then the DLC turned her gay. A classic bait and switch.
Absolutely no hope for this game, and it's cooked already. Number 3, Control by Remedy Studios. Do you remember in the 2000s when Remedy made based games like Max Payne? Yeah, those days are long gone. So in 2019, when Control first came out, I think everything hadn't been girl-bossed yet, and so we were much more open to stuff like this. But now that every game has an ugly feminist girl boss, it's really hard for me to go back and play this game without throwing up in my mouth a little bit. Seriously, try to play Control now and you'll notice that it's an ugly feminist girl boss who's just completely unlikable. My whole thing about video games is that femininity should be a feature rather than a bug. Lara Croft is a badass and she uses her femininity and sexiness to her advantage rather than just trying to do everything a man can do. Another thing is that women have unique powers that men don't have. Namely, they can tempt men and get them to do what they want. That is an undeniable power of women, and it is one that's often used in evil ways. But instead, what we're trying to do in video games today is just so desperate.
Women are featured, not a bug. I love this. Yeah, the women can do anything men can do trope does need to die. It does need to die, and it will die. Companies going for diversity, color, and gays. Shit, because tax relief. Not only that, they go for it because they get funded as well. They go for it because they get actively funded with money.
Really hard to prove that women,
depending on where the game is made, even taxpayer money. Dustborn was funded by EU taxpayer money.
Can do everything men can do, and it's very boring. And you even see this dysfunction in modern society today. Women are foregoing being moms at home so they can work in a corporate soulless job just like men. What women have completely forgotten is that being a female is a feature, not a bug. You're more than just a copy of a man. You're a woman. And a female can create 20 more people.
I do find this kind of funny. I not gonna lie, I do find it kind of funny. Women were fighting for the chances to do what they want, and what they decided was to be men. It's really funny. It's really funny. What they decided was to be independent, quote unquote, but now they're just independent on a man that isn't their husband and is their boss, stuck in a dead end 9 to 5, with no future of progressing. I find this kind of funny. I find this kind of ironic.
This is the most powerful thing that a woman can do, and it's incredible. Our society has women actually lowered in their importance in society because they're just trying to copy men, and it's sad. This is kind of random, but my wife and I were watching The Mask last night with Jim Carrey, and
this man has a wife? Crazy. Yeah. It's wild.
Cameron Diaz, and I was chuckling when Jim Carrey turns into a cartoon wolf because he's so attracted to Cameron Diaz. This used to be like a major plot point in movies and games. Women's power was always the power of seduction. Men were the ones doing the fighting and killing. And honestly, ask any woman, and if they're honest, they would rather be attractive to men rather than be out there fighting and killing. Our society has sold women a lie that they will find fulfillment in copying men, and it's just not true. I hate to say
women were never meant to be the breadwinner. That is very true. We can tell this on a simple reason. They're not choosing to be the breadwinner. Instead, they're actively going for men that still make more than them, even if they make copious amounts of money. Fight in a war, they don't do that either, anyways. Be a fireman, most women are physically not capable of doing that anyways. Aren't you a bit harsh on them? Women tried to have equal rights because equal was worth fighting for. Yeah, but they lost the plot. We overcorrected. That's the problem. We overcorrected. We overcorrected to a point where it's backfiring because what we're doing now doesn't work. Especially since we're kind of not even equal because simple reason. We aren't. We're not even equal in rights to begin with because we still have spots where men and women are not equal in rights, where men are behind. For example. Also, equality is just like nonsense because men and women are not the same. And they asked for approval in society led by men. So they basically asked for permission if they regret it. Well, better ask them. Well, they're not actively saying that they're regretting it, but we do have numbers. We do have statistics and numbers that show that overall women without families are overall, not all of them, but overall are unhappier. We have data showing that. We have data showing that childless women are also unhappier overall. By the way, this also goes for men. Just saying. What we can conduct from this is basically that people without families are overall less happy. Which means that the equality thing backfired. Technically for both. But yeah, men aren't the same. Forget women. We aren't the same. That's the thing. There is a huge problem in that is that women were sold a lie. And men too, to be fair.
Say it, but your grandpa was right. Giving women the right to vote was the first step in the satanic feminism take.
I disagree with that. Women should be able to vote. But if women are able to vote, they should come with the same responsibilities. Which is everything that men have to do as well. If you can vote as a woman, you should also have the responsibility to be sent to war. Because if you can vote, you can also make decisions on starting wars. Or supporting things that may lead to wars. And I think that there should be the same responsibilities at least.
taking over society we see today. So, boys, in closing here, what can we do today in our own personal sphere of influence to fight the encroachment of feminism into video games? Number one, women should be at home having children. They should not be working. So if you are a hiring man...
Yeah, I disagree with that too. I think that women should be able to get a job. What I also think is that we need to empower mothers. We need to empower mothers. We need to incentivize, or we need to make it look being a mom attractive again. I don't think that removing women from the workforce now helps that much. If anything, if we start removing women from the workforce, we might have some problems. Because they do have societal relevant jobs now. So that could be a bit rough. So no, I disagree with that. Women should have jobs, should be able to work. But we shouldn't demonize families. We should encourage families.
Manager, or you work at a company, I think you have a moral obligation to stop hiring women. Number two, expose beta cuck men who support feminism. These are not men, they have pocket vaginas. All of these homos support LGBTQ garbage and feminism. Do you remember what we did with traitors during World War II? Yeah, these are not men, these are women.
I mean, to be fair, most male feminists are just performative. They just do it so they can sleep with women, to be fair. I'm gonna be honest. Women should work for the financial independence and should be paid according to the skills they have. That would be equality. Paid and hired for your skill. That would be equality, in fact. Either that or take over men's jobs. I don't mind take care of the house and the kids if you can provide for both of us. That is not happening. That is not happening. I can tell you what this is not happening. That is because women that on average make more also choose a man that makes more. We can tell. It's also, for example, women also are less likely to take somebody as a partner who has a lower level of education. That is not happening.
Cosplaying as men. Number three, finally and most importantly, do not buy anything that pushes anti-male hatred. The only way...
That I can 100% go with. That I can 100% go with. Agreed. Yeah. Why would you? Why would you buy something that hates from somebody that hates you? That doesn't make sense. Was there an island that had all women stop working and everything kept going fine? And men said it was best the work they had? I think this was Iceland. I think it was Iceland. I'm pretty sure. That I think it was. And it changed nothing. Well, there's a reason it changed nothing. Women do not hold the societal relevant jobs. Not in energy, public transportation, they don't hold, like, the jobs that keep society running, which is why you wouldn't feel much of a difference. Hi, also, what the fuck did I walk into? Edgy, very edgy video. IGD, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. If that's how you... Yeah, women want to eat the cake and keep it whole. I think women want to have the cake and eat it too, which doesn't work. You cannot desire equality and then not have to do the same things. Like, it doesn't... You cannot ask for a man who is equal to you, but then you refuse to do things that make you equal to him. If you if you want him to pay everything, but you want the man that just does more than you, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't ask to be on the same level, but get a man that like a man that treats you on the same level while he is supposed to essentially maintain everything that doesn't work.
These companies will listen is if we hit them in the wallet. These are a couple games that have come out recently that we know are deeply hateful of men. Ghost of Yotei, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Silent Hill F, Witcher 4, Hades 2, Arc Raiders, Marathon, and Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. In closing, guys, do not support these games. Do not talk about these games. Do not give these games any attention because they are hateful anti-male propaganda.
Stop. Let me go back to the video. Then we can do this.
Guys,
Let me go back to the video. Anyways. This video is hilarious. I find it interesting how edgy he can be without technically actually meaning it. I feel like he makes the criticism through being very hyperbolic and very extreme. There is a certain truth to it, though. There is a certain truth to it. Gaming has become anti-men, and it's weird, and it's odd. And maybe, there will be other time. It will change. I don't think so, though. More girl bosses, please. Ding, ding. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. No! Anyways, I'm taking a quick break. And then we'll do, Shadow Eclipse's video. Real quick. I will be right back.
Prophet.
Back. Alrighty. Next up, Shadow Clips video. Also, my sis will be here in an hour. So we have about maybe two videos that I can still watch. And then I'll have to end. Dude, I'm gonna eat so much. I'll look like a fat fucking pig. After that, all you can eat. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. For real. It will be. Anyways, let's see what we got here. The hardest strategy game you'll never play. Nights in the Nightmare by K-Bash. I got no idea what this is. Again, niche games. This looks already very chaotic. We'll see.
What? What the fuck? The end of a decade, 10 years gone like that. Gained and lost more than the first 10, no doubt. But it was worth it in the end, I think. Cause today we're reviewing Nights in the Nightmare. I covered episodes 1 and 2 of the Department Heaven franchise already, and we're finally doing episode 4. Oh, episode 3? No name or information has been revealed on episode 3. So Sting hopped from one hand—
Wait, what? So episode 3 does not exist? Huh?
Handheld to another with their DS title, Nights in the Nightmare. Funny title! Again, I'm playing the PSP port, but man, I'm excited. Like, I'm really doing it, guys. I'm just burning through this franchise.
What a name. One Night. Castle, front garden. The sprite work looks pretty again. I can say that. How you say pig in German? Schwein.
Guys, even though it's so hard.
Oh, God! What the fuck is that a bullet hell? It goes episode 1, 2, 4, 9. What the heck? Oh, that's so weird. Why would you do that?
Nights in the Nightmare almost killed me. Well, the first half anyway. It's a fun quirk of the Department Heaven series that their games are ordered not by chronology, but by level of uniqueness. And it's unique, alright. Yep. Just like Yggdra Union, Nights is about restoring a ravaged kingdom. Unlike Yggdra Union, everything is depressed. So here's the intro. Like, why live? I'll go in depth on this story later, but
it's enough to make a grown man cry. Abandoned church. Okay. Again, it might be incredibly hard, but the sprite work is incredibly pretty.
Here's what you need. The two main characters are Maria here and this ball of light, the Wisp. Maria's hunting a real big something down, and the Wisp, aka the resurrected amnesiac soul of an important person, I guess, follows her on her cursed journey, killing every monster on the way by controlling the ghosts of dead knights. And there's a lot of dead knights too, because almost everyone in the kingdom is dead. Why? The game doesn't tell you till like halfway through. In fact, almost all of the story cutscenes are given out of order. Really
out of order? Again, why would you do this? Who would you want to make suffer with this? What?
Stupid. I have a suspicion that the story's presented with maximum obfuscation to pair with the gameplay. Alright, Sting, I'm ready. What does level 4 uniqueness look like? An hour of tutorials. An hour of tutorials.
An hour? That could be worse. ZA's tutorial is like 3, so that's fine. Schwein. I bet there's 50 misspell in it, but I don't understand unless you shout it. Schwein. S-C-H-E-I-N. Wait, I missed a letter. S-C-H-W-E-I-N. Schwein.
Oh, it's cool. I remember when Super Mario took an hour to teach me to jump. If you can train a 50-year-old to beat this game and send me proof of—
What the fuck is that? Wait, what the fuck is that? Okay, we got some weird attack meter. We got for whatever that is. We got MP, speed, time, hit counter, a phase, action phase, height, random leaves. What is this?
Them beating the final boss, I will shower you with gold. But most likely you'll just squint and look up, make the O face to tap the screen a lot. This is the most confusing game I've ever played, and even when you've sunk the time into it, you'll probably only grasp about 70% of the game.
We got HP, obviously. Rage. Boss data. Yay! Welcome back, Sumex. Why, yay?
I'm not kidding. I feel like a kid who just opened a 1,000-piece jigsaw. Christ. First things first, this is a strategy game to some degree. You have access to 7 kinds.
Interesting. We have 7 different weapons. Weapon types. Units, in this case. Okay.
The knights or units, warriors, hermits, for real knights, archers, priestesses, wizards, and duelists. Each one can do unique things and has unique attacking properties. You're gonna need them all to win, believe me. The game takes place on an isometric grid. Okay, some monsters spawn that you have to kill. Makes sense. Games or missions take place over a series of rounds. Checks out. Oh, those must be the knights you control. So if I target the knight, I can charge it up and do an attack? Yeah! Crystals! Whoa, dude! These crystals are making the MP bar at the top go up. Cool. What do I do now? What do I fucking do now? Oh, you need to set items in up to 4 available slots, physically drag them onto your knights, and charge up power to attack. It drains the MP bar that you charge by normal attacking, and you need to use items because normal attacks don't do damage, basically. Every knight has a specific weapon type too.
So, okay, let me summarize, okay? Okay. Basically, normal attacks are just obsolete. They don't matter. Crazy.
Oh, did I mention that some weapons have even more powerful charged attacks, but the weapon needs to be of the corresponding element to the knight using it? Video games! Now every turn you take is timed, so you only get so many charges per turn. Oh, that's fine. I'll just make sure I don't release my attacks until the enemies are standing in the blast zone. Whoa! Whoa, shit! Yeah, it's a bullet hell. Why not? Yeah, of all the genres you could staple to a strategy RPG, you picked bullet hell mechanics.
It's a bullet hell? It's essentially bullet hell? Oh, nah. Why would you throw strategy and bullet hell together? How dare you?
To be fair, it makes the game engaging. It's fun to dodge some attacks because losing time sucks. Except, you know, when this happens. What the fuck is happening? There's a lot of enemy types and a lot to learn, so really what I'm saying is my brain deflated. Okay, but hey, you know, to actually win, you need to win bingo. No, I'm not f***ing kidding. The monsters you kill get a mark on this grid here, and every turn you play slots to get the monster spread you want if you think you can time it well enough. If you did a lot of damage but missed the kill, it's fine. That particular monster is saved on the slots until you kill it or win otherwise. Most monster killing stages are pretty forgiving with.
So we got, let me summarize this. We got strategy elements, bullet hell, and fucking slots. We got gambling as well. Anything else I need to know?
Turn counts. So the developers were making models and textures one day and just left a bunch of shit on the floor of every stage. These objects can be broken by hitting them hard enough, and they'll yield weapons and character-related items when you do. Yeah, those knights you see there, not coming with unless you give them a reason to join. So an item they remember, like the first knight you get in the game, Johann. Oh my god, he's so f***ing sick.
Look at this man. He's the... Wait, you can't see him. Get bro the therapist. He looks suicidal. Poor guy. Help.
That dude. To recruit him, you'll give him a worm scarf found in the same level. Oh my god!
My mother had knits this scarf. It's very warm? Bro, then why is this game so depressing? Why, huh? That's crazy.
Eventually, you'll break the objects, kill the monsters, recruit the knights, and win bingo. Not bad, not bad. Now I know what you're thinking, K-Bash, you're dumb. This game is so easy my grandma could play it. You're right! Well, not so fast, jackass, cause I ain't even started. The thing that holds this game back, okay, there's too many to count, I'm serious. It gets bad. Everything up until now is basic, easy to follow. Let's just get stupid. You might have noticed the background changing from blue to red. That's Law and Chaos mode. You swap between them with a button press. Knights have a different Law and Chaos attack. Warriors usually suck in Law, for example, because they get a big horizontal line attack, but the Chaos attack covers a lot more ground. You have to swap constantly, not only because different knights work better in one or the other, but because to actually receive crystals from attacking enemies to, you know, fuel your big damage hits, there needs to be fog present. Fog goes away naturally through repeated attacks, so you'll need to swap to the foggier realm to sustain.
What is happening? Who made this game? And why? Johan, no, Johan, my top anime villain from, isn't that the MC from Monster? I've never watched Monster. I just recently also discovered that exists.
In your resources. So the game limits possible damage dealt behind player skill. Is the player paying attention, right? But let's talk about what we're actually killing here. Enemies come in all different elemental varieties, so you'll pick a weapon to kill that specific enemy, but whoops, they changed elements because their hit points get so massive near the end game, you'll need either incredibly strong
massive. You know what else is massive?
knights, or be abusing elements at every turn. Oh, how about that hit counter right there? That counts how many hits you've done, right? But some weapons you equip have a number attached to them, and when the hit counter matches the number, an effect will happen, like certain knights don't have to charge attacks or something, and some of them are cursed, so you'll want to avoid it. Like, thankfully this subsystem doesn't actually matter in normal mode. It happens sometimes. Whatever. So enemies do really annoying shit too. Wolves will literally charge down a knight that's charging an attack and stun them, which is particularly obnoxious when you're waiting to release a big attack but you need the enemy to line up with it, or you're just trying to dodge the constant barrage of stupid horseshit on the screen. And the giants, oh my god, these big dumb idiots smash objects on the screen. That's fun because objects hold recruitment items, and if you let them do what they want, it's possible you'll be denied those.
What the heck is happening? What the heck is happening? What is this? Bro! Yeah, I'm not playing that. If you are insisting me on playing that, I am not going to. I have a life. I have a life. It's not much, but I like it.
Valuable recruitment items. Given you can stop their break attack by rotating your wisp around this box, I guess, and given you don't even need to recruit knights, because normal mode is beatable using only temporary knights found in every stage, but you'll need to be pretty good to pull that off, and I don't know if you've seen my show. Actually, there's tons of items in this game. I mean, would it be a Sting game without having to drag a
infinite items
around an absolute caravan of sharp metal trash? Of course not. Some of those key items are actually just for trading, and some only show up when you break an object and wait for it to respawn, then break it again. Ugh, why do I bother? Oftentimes, the initial knights in any given stage aren't ideal to complete the objectives of the map, so you'll need to change to a knight that moves, which, like, only 2 knight types can move, and swap them out for something relevant. Open the enormous item menu, painfully scroll through your disgustingly large horde, pinpoint the right item for your unit after considering what they'd be best with, what fits the enemies on the stage, what you actually have available to you, if it's a law or a chaos weapon, if your character's good with law or chaos, then equip it and use it.
I don't know what's happening anymore. I got nothing anymore. I'm out. I got nothing from this. So basically, this game is just pure chaos. It's just pure chaos.
Only to find out you only had limited uses. Oops, the item broke. Then either swap knights again after, or scroll through that goddamn menu. I'm so sick of this game. Ugh! Like, the actual gameplay is engaging and fun. It's probably one of the most fun video games I've played in my life. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the menus. The menus, the fucking menus. Why are there so many menus? Don't make games about menus. Here's some menus. You can power up weapons.
Menu simulator peak.
With crafting materials. Why not, right? But personally, I like to combine weapons of the same kind to reduce the total number of items I'm carrying, so I don't have to scroll through so much menu! But surely this is an RPG as much as a strategy bullet hell abomination. The knights you recruit are all dead people. Real quick, let's see how this one died. Okay, yikes. The knights all have backstories and inner character affinities and charts and bars and races. What the fuck? Okay, so your recruits are a little complex, you know, just a pinch. The bar here is the Law and Chaos Index, which shows how much damage they do in the Law and Chaos phases. So some have garbage damage, I guess. In fact, it seems most of the high damage knights are also the closest to death. Oh, sorry, did I mention? This game is permadeath, but knights, mostly, don't get damaged by monsters. Instead,
permadeath. It's just like, you dig yourself through a pile of shit, right? And then once you're on top of the pile of shit, it's just another load of shit is just coming on top. Permadeath in this hellhole. Wow.
Knights kill themselves by attacking! You want a reaction from me? I don't care. You can pump experience into knights to level them up, which is one of the two consistent and reliable ways to heal them. The other is doing a big ol' soul vor on one of the knights you don't like or don't need. Welcome to the holy grail of knights in the nightmare fuckery. Trans soul.
So, to summarize, either you level them up, which heals them, or you take a knight you don't need, and he gets absorbed by another knight, so you can use that knight again. Also, if I would play this game, all my knights would be women. All of them.
Trans soul fuels one knight with another's soul, killing the sacrifice for health, potential law or chaos index increases, and I don't know, menu cleaning purposes too. The game throws something like 60 knights at you, and you only need a small core of reliable units. This one dude, Michael, Mikkel, he sucks. He's a baby. And he's also a warrior. Apparently. His health was so low, I tried pumping like 8 guys into him over the course of the playthrough to make—
What? You pumped the what into him?
He sucks. He's a baby. And he's also a warrior. Apparently. His health was so low, I tried pumping like 8 guys into him over the—
Gay. You pumped 8 guys into this man. 8 dudes. You filled him up with 8 dudes. Crazy work. That is a crazy sentence. I did not expect to hear. I pumped 8 guys into him.
course of the playthrough to make him consistent and viable. He was not. Apparently, the more you feed them, the more they progress on this vitality.
I'm the gooner now. That's still crazy. I pumped 8 guys into him is crazy.
Vitality gain chart, but he never really made it somewhere where he was gaining decent vitality. Eventually I trans-sold him away because his Law and Chaos Index was so good for someone else. I mean, the system isn't even necessary, it's extremely complex, and you end up getting the strongest, healthiest knights near the end anyway. I don't know why I screwed around with this so much. I ended up using it to fuse high-index, low-vitality units onto healthier ones. Oh well, at least everything's voiced, so that's fun.
It's time to wreak havoc. It worked!
Wait, run that again.
It's time to wreak havoc.
Havoc? Havoc? It's havoc. It's fucking havoc. It's havoc. Shit.
Havoc!
Yggdra Union. This game has multiple story paths, apparently. We're playing the default one, but if you have Yggdra Union save data on your PSP, you can play as Yggdra, which changes some stuff, but it's not canon or relevant. I don't know. One returning element, however, is the Sting game.
So I have to play one hellhole so I get access to interesting additional content for another hellhole? Peak.
traveling witch Pamela. You know, that character. I even managed to get her in my team. And into another soul you go. Bye-bye. Maria's path is the one we're playing. Maria joins you occasionally. Her vitality is set at 7.7, so you know she's not the devil, I guess, and it resets with every map she appears. So she only gets to do a few charged attacks. She's also way higher level than your knights at any given time, and she can use pretty much any weapon. Interesting play by Sting to make the deuteragonist the most useless and useful character simultaneously. Now Maria and the Wisp are hounded at every turn. First it's monsters, then a werewolf, then a... Are you kidding me, dude? She looks like an infant. Oh, that's the judge of hell. Well, I'm the judge of ugly character design.
At this point, bro's just throwing around words. He is just using words. I'm listening and I'm like, I ain't playing this.
But real talk, there's a boss fight at least every 3 stages, and even sometimes back-to-back boss fights. They're really tough overall, I'm serious. I think it's pretty obvious I needed a guide for this game, but I would've quit straight up on some of these without one. The bosses all have super cool, gigantic attacks and really make you work for the win sometimes. For all the dunking I'm doing on the complexity of the game, the bosses and the general gameplay, when you're not dicking around in menus, is fine-ass madness. Now for my favorite section, titled How Do You Dodge That? How do you dodge that? No, seriously, how do you dodge that? How do you dodge that? How do you Are you seeing this? How did you dodge that?
How do you dodge that? Huh?
How do you dodge it? How do you dodge that, though? No, how do you dodge that? How do you dodge that?
I can't figure it out. How do you dodge it?
No. How do you dodge that?
How do you dodge that?
Before discussing this story, I wanted to highlight the worst.
Yeah, I'm not playing that. Nope.
Worst thing ever. So I'd estimate about 5% of players actually beat this game, and I bet less than 1% have seen the good ending. Why? To get the good ending, you need to do some things. Here's a short list. On Chapter 23, move a unit down to this space here and use a warrior to slam an invisible object at least, 20 times to break it. Wait for the invisible object to respawn invisibly, and then break it again. Oh, dude, I totally would have figured that out without a guide because... No, I fucking wouldn't! In the now unlocked Chapter 23.5, a series of chests appear, and a boss who happens to frequently break objects. Now, the Angelic Staff and Cardio will spawn inside one of those chests at random, and you'll have to break the right one. But hold on, you can't just break them willy-nilly. You've got to damage the chest within 90 to 99% of its health. Any less and it won't open, any more and it'll smash the staff inside. This is both easier and unimaginably harder than it sounds. I got it on my first try through sheer luck. No guide is telling you to do this, nothing in the—
That is horrible. This game's hell. What the fuck?
game manual is telling you to do this. Nothing in the tutorials, no in-game clues are hinting at this. You'd have to know the developer, know someone who knows, or data mine the game to figure it out. This is absurd and
frankly, I don't think that's very cool of you.
Okay, we're calm. Lastly, even though nobody mentions this either, this particular knight has to survive to the end of the game because she's the king's lover. Fair enough, most people—
I don't even get bitches in this game. I'm predicting other people's bitches. Crazy.
Probably won't use Transsoul anyway. Still stupid, still unmentioned, still mad. It's hard to care about the story of Knights. Firstly, because it's presented like a broken window on a platter, and second, because ultimately, good ending or not, nothing really matters. From the protagonist himself to the humble side characters, everyone in this game is a piece on a game board completely out of their control. In some ways, it feels amateurish. Every character goes through some tragedy to raise the stakes, but these events don't make the player care. They just kind of happen. Oof, that sucks, and the story goes on. From what little info I could piece together, it seems that the kingdom, the focal point of the game, is considered scary to every other surrounding nation, if not outright oppressive. It's hard to know what's right, because the king, who is also the Wisp, Wilmgard, is presented only in sympathetic terms, unless a villain is talking about him. At the very least, we know Wilmgard's kingdom was unfair to the Tiamats, a race of dragon people, and other disparate indigenous peoples. We also know that Wilmgard is the arbitrator, which means he's the only dude who can kind of stand up to angels and demons and protects the human realm from either realm's incursions, but he doesn't know it. At some point, the Cardinal, who, like, that is not a holy man, conspired against the king with a series of his subordinates and summoned the Demon King Zolganark.
What the fuck is that? Huh? Duck play, it sounds fun. No, you good baby.
Partially into the human world. Around the same time, a really tall tower was built. The gods thought it was a challenge to their power, and they sent an angel down. Simultaneously, this angel, for some reason, wanted to be fully pure, I guess, and Zolganark's like, hey, I'll split the evil from you. And she's like, yeah, I guess. And now there's twin fallen angels, literally the Archangel from Riviera and Yggdrasil Union, running around as Maria and Melissa. Melissa is Zolganark's pawn, and you fight her constantly while looking for the good ending. I mean the Ancardia. So here's some of those needless tragedies that pepper the game. Sadness like salt, love it. The king totally gets iced by Melissa, throwing the kingdom into chaos, and the cardinal takes over. Sick. Oh, the king's son got turned into a werewolf. That's a shit. Oops, I killed him. Everything's going well for the totally not evil.
It's a random, oops, I killed him. Yeah, this sounds interesting. This is just like, this is giving me PTSD because this reminds me of Final Fantasy 13-2's final boss, which is 3 Bahamutes. It's 3 different dragons.
Cardinal, except that he failed Zolganark, who turns his daughter that loves the prince, yikes, sorry about that, into a mindless harpy you kill later. Uh-oh. Also, you kill the cardinal because... I mean, what else was gonna happen? The poor tribal people are mad at the king and take the magic woman's power to kill you, but instead they get exterminated one by one. In terms of Age of Empires, your civilization sucks! The dragon people want revenge on the king, but they're also standing between you and your unrotted corpse. So you just straight up kill the queen. The stupid...
Is this like a worse retelling of Akamega Kill? Why is everyone dying?
But Magic Lady's been ruining everything and being a shit. She turned the prince into a werewolf. She seduced old people with power. She tries to steal your corpse. Injects her soul into it to become the arbitrator. It turns out you have to be worthy, and her entire life of ambition, betrayal, and villainy is struck down by Zolganark in a second. Everything about the story, as unnecessarily obfuscated as it is designed to be wasteful. The game leaves some details out that would make certain motivations clear and reveal who you're supposed to hate. All characters' ambitions, hopes, and dreams shattered piece by piece, and only you, the arbitrator, are left at the end. It's extremely stark. Are you really just the conquering oppressor everyone seems to think you are? It looks like that, and the game wants to have all these twists that don't even make sense all the time. The Cardinal was secretly one of the Dragon People. The Dragon People sent one of their operatives undercover into the kingdom to seduce the king, which she did, but actually she genuinely loves him too, and the game spends all this time on this mostly boring and unnecessary character. I don't know what the writers want from me, so all this amounts to a jumble of nonsense whose meaning, whose purpose is utterly indiscernible. And that's the point of the game. See, all this time during—
Yeah, like, what's the point at the end? If everyone's dead, then it doesn't matter.
In cutscenes and narrative vignettes, you've been hearing this peculiar rocking chair sound. And it's bizarre and unsettling, and then suddenly, like 30 hours in, you get this skeleton, Death himself, existentially commenting on the nature of humankind and its only confusing constant, which is, of course, to repeat the same mistakes ad nauseum, ad infinitum. The faces change, the places change, but the actions stay the same. And really, if that ain't just humanity at the core, it's almost poetic. If it weren't blindingly obvious. In the end, you'll pump as much as you can into your most promising knights, temper your strongest weapons, dodge the most dangerous attacks, figure out there's a guard button really late in the game, whoops, and put Zolganark down.
I feel this so badly. I feel this so badly. There's games where I'm like, wait, but after replaying, right? After replaying later on, I was like, wait a minute. You get guard?
I haven't mentioned it yet, but seriously, Riviera and Yggdrasil Union are such cutesy looking games. What happened here? I'm not against it, but dude, he's disgusting. disgusting. What a horrible creature. Oh yeah, I'm the judge of ugly character design. Perish. The last fight's against your evil half, who apparently draped Zulganark's corpse over her shoulder. Fashion tip, that's a no-no. Whatever, I've come this far. How hard could it be?
Oh my god, tone it down!
Oh my god! What the fuck? Go back. I need to see this in full.
Oh my god, tone it.
What the how do you dodge this? How do you dodge? Like, you have like these little frames, okay? Like these little spaces. How the but if you're like badly placed, this is hell.
Down.
What the fuck?
No, seriously, how do you dodge this?
Oh my god. What the
This is fucking impossible!
Just land. One attack. All I need is one attack.
Please hit it.
No problem. This game has a ton of endings.
Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, oh wow. Straight up diabolical bullet hell. Duck, you need to play this now.
By the way, though I think regardless of what you get, good ending or not, the angel mentions the possibility that history will repeat itself. Again, that's the point of the game, but so much for closure, dude. So much for doing literally everything right to get the good ending, and lol JK, it'll happen again! I'm sorry if this review's been long and painful and confusing, but seriously, this game beat the hell out of me. I almost quit 3 times. I slogged through, and I only kept going because the gameplay was fun and because I am Department Heaven's chosen one. The ending credits did something that very few games have. They gave me that dumbass grin, that wholehearted smile when something genuinely gets to you. It shows you one by one the top 10 units you used during your playthrough. Each one was an oh yeah, and of course, and man, I love that guy, and really, yeah, I guess I did use them a lot, huh? The game immortalized my actions and made me remember, even when I transsold some of them away. Well played, Sting. You won me over. And I guess that's it.
That is a very interesting game. But got a problem with menus? Yes! Yes, I do have a problem with menus.
End of a decade, another 10 years, and gaming for 20. So many faces, places, experiences. And what have I learned from all that? Jack shit!
Well, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I must admit. Not bad. I will not play this. I like life. I like life. This game doesn't sound like a challenge where your sense of wonder. This game sounds like a challenge. It literally is. I'm not touching this. Anyways, that's an interesting game though, regardless. Bullet hell. Ugh. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Last time was a quote from SAO Abridged. True, true. Now I remember. Play it. Fuck you. You play it. Go ahead, you play it. Have fun. Anyways, next video. Now, we're gonna do something again that Samek said.
Alright, really quick. If there was ever a Tale Foundry video you actually paused to read the content warnings on, let
This sounds interesting. This sounds interesting. The Gumper sent this. Shout out to the Gumper. So we're gonna look at this. Take care, be healthy, bon appetit. Well, we're not ending it. We're not ending it. I haven't received a call yet. So we have some time still. The Cannibalism Industry by Tale Foundry. This sounds like a story. I am assuming. I am assuming. I am assuming. Whatever I received here will be horrible. Content warnings, graphic imagery, child death, mentions of SA, themes of mental illness and trauma. Here we go. You shall be named because you are sending me this.
Alright, really quick, if there was ever a Tale Foundry video you actually paused to read the content warnings on, let it be this one. This is a video about cannibalism. It is exactly as gnarly as it sounds. You've been warned. One of the most shocking, grotesque, surprisingly funny pieces of literature I've ever read is an 18th
Oh, it's funny. Cannibalism, okay.
century pamphlet about meat. It's
About meat? Okay, bye, I need to go. Take care, GT.
called A Modest Proposal. You may have heard of it. A Modest Proposal is a sick little piece of satire. It imagines a whole industry built around cannibalism. Not just any cannibalism, mind you, the mass consumption of human babies.
Okay, so that's what we're going into. Interesting. And once again, I must ask, what the fuck are you guys sending me?
Hopefully, the narrator lays out a meticulous plan detailing how exactly this would all work. There are whole paragraphs about how to farm children, descriptions of every
To farm children. Yeah, let's harvest kiddos.
possible way you could cook and eat them. Impoverished parents would
What the fuck are you sending me to react? What is wrong with you with your twisted minds? Why am I receiving a cooking book about cooking kids?
raise their children like livestock, fattening them up to be eaten by the rich. A young, healthy child, the narrator notes, would be delicious when stewed, roasted,
Who's writing this? Find this man. Fight this man.
baked, or boiled. On special occasions, a whole roast child would make the perfect centerpiece to feed the whole community.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? He is also a master of hair loss. And he's got a double chin.
It's perhaps his best-known piece. It is also almost unbelievably direct. So hideous, so absurd that it flies almost straight past the realm of horror and into that of comedy. You can't deny this idea of an industrialized cannibalism is, if nothing else, effective. So effective, in fact, you see it in all kinds of media, even today.
Well, you can say it's ridiculous, but then again, you must be reminded. Cannibalism is very common in all the, not just all the cultures, but even tribes that exist today.
In the game Little Nightmares, you get to watch children be processed into meat and devoured by grotesque, monstrous adults.
We should play Little Nightmares, by the way, eventually. I want to play this game. I've never played this game. There's 3 games now. They're supposedly really fun, and also a little scary and creepy. But yeah.
In the movie Daybreakers, a post-human society of vampires farm humans for their blood. The movie Soylent Green. You already...
Well, that's not really cannibalism, now is it? That is such a cute intro. That is such a cute intro. Wow. So we went from kid eating to such a cute intro. Wow. Interesting. wouldn't want to say very common, more like it exists. Well, still common among uncivilized people.
Really quick, before the video starts, I just want to tell you about Tail Foundry behind the machines. There is a lot that goes into making this show, and a lot you will probably never see. But our humans, bit by bit, have started to share that process. Sometimes they'll stream their research, long before a video ever makes it into the pipeline. Sometimes they'll make forum posts, brainstorming an idea. Thumbnails are one of the funnest things to work on here, and they do a lot
What the fuck is that thumbnail?
of that too. And sometimes they'll just hang out and play games and stuff. It's all right there in our Discord server, available to anyone who supports Tail Foundry anywhere. You could become a YouTube member, you could join our Patreon community, you could even subscribe right in Discord itself. All of them cost exactly the same amount and will get you access to anything and everything behind the machines. Tail Foundry has always been about more than just video content. We make these videos to inspire and to be inspired. A big thanks to everyone who joins us in that process. We couldn't make this show without you. Okay, thanks so much for listening. Now, on to the video. I mentioned Soylent Green? That's one movie I think would be impossible to spoil. Even if you haven't seen it, you already know the twist. It's sort of the only thing people know this movie for. But there is a side to it you might not have thought of before. The movie takes place in the dystopian, far future world of New York, 2020.
New York 2022. Well, this hasn't happened yet. The population 40 million. Well, this hasn't happened yet. Could still be.
The planet has been reduced to an industrial wasteland too polluted for traditional agriculture. Only the richest of the rich can get their hands on actual meat and vegetables. As for everyone else, the government rations out a miracle food to the overpopulated masses. Flavorless, seaweed-colored crackers called Soylent Green. By the end, the protagonist discovers that this food, one that almost everyone is dependent on, is made of highly processed human flesh. Up until that point.
What the actual fuck? Damn. The human meat crackers! The human meat crackers. Wow.
The government and the Soylent Corporation had worked hard to keep their secret from getting out. They'd been telling the public that Soylent Green is made of plankton, which the oceans are too polluted to produce. They assassinated anyone who learned the truth. That is, if the witness hadn't already killed themselves out of guilt. In Soylent Green, the cannibalism industry is very intentionally hidden from view. It's covered up so well, nobody even suspects what they're really eating. And knowing they don't have any good alternative food source, they're not particularly compelled to find out. The product is very intentionally made not to look like meat at all. It's dry and square. It's green. With the grisly bits out of sight, people are able to eat each other without ever even knowing it. If there were a cannibalism industry, it's easy to imagine that it would work this way, that it would be completely covered up. I mean, it might not be Soylent Green exactly, but real-life factory farms already do this. They're traumatic environments, both for the livestock and the humans who work there. That's not exactly a huge secret, but from what I get—
True, that's not a huge secret, yeah. See? There would be problems if people started eating human meat crackers. Human meat crackers, that's just crazy.
Most people don't really think much about it. It's easier to imagine that all of that mechanized death isn't happening at all. Out of sight, out of mind. That part I pretty much get. What's harder for me to wrap my head around is how? How could such a large, exploitative industry just be swept under the rug? How could it operate on such a scale while remaining so efficient at what it does? There's an episode of the Magna—
Well, let me think. Let me think. Okay, so technically, what they could technically use is just people who have died, and they turn them into meat to consume. The meat crackers. That's the only thing that would make sense. Or they're just straight up deleting people on purpose.
This Archives podcast that I think does a really good job grappling with this question. In episode 30, Killing Floor, a former worker recounts his time in a slaughterhouse. Eventually, the work became too much for him, and he quit. He can't go back to work there again. He isn't allowed to. Apparently, the constant death has a way of desensitizing you. After working on the killing floor, you sort of start to see everything as meat. Even other human beings. They just start to look like more product yet to be processed.
You basically see them as a steak. I see this as absolute cinema.
He, understandably, didn't like that feeling and wanted to get away from it. But when he tried to leave, he found that he couldn't. The building seemed to stretch on infinitely, door after door, hallway after hallway, and all of it empty. Nobody there, not even the animals. He remembers running through the labyrinth, searching for a way out.
Interesting, Duck. Goods. The Filipino women. The goods. Don't worry, don't get jealous. I already deleted the app. I can't do this. Dating apps are hell. Don't worry. I won't be importing any goods. I think they feel more common than cannibalism. Probably. There's a good chance. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me how often this happens. It wouldn't surprise me.
At last, he finally ends up on the conveyor belt himself. As he nears the end of the line, he finds one of his coworkers waiting for him there like any other produce. Suddenly, he understands. Before the labyrinth will let him go, he has to butcher one final animal. It's the same thing he's done a million times. It's just a different kind of meat now. Right before he does, the man utters a single sentence, one that has stayed with the narrator ever since. You cannot stop the slaughter by closing the door. While the slaughterhouse he worked at mostly processed animal meat, I think this sentiment can also be applied to the idea of a cannibalism industry too. It could be packaged and covered up to the point where you don't have to think about the actual process at all. But that doesn't make it any less bloody. If the cannibalism industry did exist, perhaps it could hide itself well. And then, if you were participating in it, how would you ever know?
You wouldn't. Because you don't think about it. Like, I have killed chicken before. I have. I have blood in my hands. People don't know how rough it is. People don't know. But yeah. It is something that is... I think if you eat meat, you should do it once to understand. But then again, that's just me. But they taste different. They would probably taste different. They'll probably, with added, like, the fact that you can almost replicate the taste of meat with vegan products, you could probably make it seem fairly normal. You have? Yes, I have.
Okay, prepare yourself. I'm about to show you some of the most graphic imagery I think we've ever shown and probably will ever show on this channel. I'll try my best to censor it where I can, but don't say I didn't warn you. Ready? This is the art of Barbara Daniels. As you can see, it turns the food chain on its head. Animals butchering, cooking, and consuming people, farm to table. Animals keeping pets, going on hunting trips, eating meat. And look who's in the fishbowl. Look who's on the plate. If you're feeling a bit bothered, a bit disturbed,
If I get fucking nuked, it's Samek's fault, by the way. If I get like copyright struck or just like banned for nudity, this video's gonna get not yoinked, by the way.
Well done. That's the point. To make you feel that dissonance. When humans do any of these things to animals, it's normal. You don't think too hard about that. But when it's done to people, the idea of human meat being prepared by a butcher or processed in a factory, it probably makes you a little queasy, doesn't it? In Soylent Green, everyone is kept in the dark, even the audience. Nobody knows how the sausage is made. That's not how it works in Daniel's art. Here, the door is wide open. Every step of the process is on graphic, brutal display. There's a lot of art like this, actually. I think of the whales harpooning humans in the music video for King.
Okay. We got past this. I did not die yet.
Despite the meat industry's efforts, it strikes me that humans are, by and large, obviously still very much aware of what's going on. So, why try to close the door at all? I mean, if the secret's already out, you might as well just leave it open. But could you do it? Could people ever just get used to the idea of a cannibalism industry? What would realistically need to happen for people to know what they're eating, who they're eating, and just...
I think, theoretically, what would need to happen is... it would just be a survival situation. It would be so bad that you had no other option. Right? We have this in survival situations. Where people are stuck in some place and they start to starve. So they try to delete each other and then eat each other.
Be okay with it. In the book Tender is the Flesh by Agustina Basterica, the answer is surprisingly simple. What it really comes down to is language. The story takes place in a dystopian world where a virus...
Yeah, language as well, considering that, right? If you call something something else, right? If you start calling something that it's not, then, you make it easier. Heard of a book or a movie, Animal Farm? It should be a classic of this. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. This happened in this one boat, South Korea, I think, 40 people. Yeah.
Has rendered all animals inedible. In a shockingly brief amount of time, human flesh becomes the only source of meat. It's far worse than that, actually. Not only does everyone accept cannibalism in this new world, most of them embrace it. Tender is the Flesh presents a truly horrifying vision of the world, one where humans are factory farmed, hunted on game reserves, and experimented on in laboratories. It's right out in the open, limbs and organs on display in butcher shop windows, human skins used to make leather goods. Slowly eating people alive has become a fashionable trend. They just don't call it cannibalism. They're not allowed to. After all, cannibalism is still taboo. It's barbaric. Everyone knows that. Nobody here eats human flesh. They're eating what they call special meat. It doesn't come from people, it comes from heads.
Special meat. I can't do this anymore. Special meat. Very, very interesting how they use animals as reflection of humanity there. Ah, okay.
The same word used to refer to individual cows in the meat industry. They don't miss pork or beef or chicken. Why would they? As the advertisements say, they're eating the same meat as always, but tastier. Words are a powerful tool. They're used to obscure...
There's also Daddy Special Sauce somewhere there, by the way.
...obscure the world, as the book puts it. Everybody knows exactly what they're complicit in, but as long as they use the right language, the right phrasing, they don't have to think about it. Mass-scale atrocities and injustices against fellow human beings are just another part of life in this world, part of your diet. The most fortunate among them, the ones running the slaughterhouses and laboratories and game reserves, try their best not to see it that way. They, quote, reaffirm their reality through words, silently admitting that they need euphemisms to sanitize the truth. Horrifically, the cannibalism industry in the story functions just fine in broad daylight. It doesn't need to be kept a secret. After all, if everyone already knows the slaughter is happening, then you don't have to engage in the futile effort of closing the door on it. You can do it right in plain sight, so long as it has the right packaging. In her own words, Nellie Lovett runs a nice, respectable business. Every day, crowds of people flock.
A nice, respectable business. Taste it as a cup, but put cream on the top. It is tastier. It is, well, they do experiment on it, right? A video about cannibals turned out to the gooner of me. That is a good question. That is a problem. That's it. I'm calling the psych ward.
To her meat pie shop.
Three times. The meat grinder.
This whole scheme seems unquestionably evil, and it is. I'm not going to try to defend Sweeney Todd and Mrs. Lovett. But what they're doing also isn't particularly extreme. At least not compared to what we see from everyone else in the musical. In the Great Black Pit of Victorian London, they fit right in. Mr. Fogg, the asylum director, abuses his patients and sells their hair to wig makers. Consequences of his actions. She goes mad as a result of her trauma and resorts to selling her own body on the streets to get by.
Okay, that's sad. Honestly, people wouldn't be missed. It is sad, but it is the most logical step to do. A lot of, like, even killers do this. They go for victims also that nobody cares really. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Mrs. Lovett does.
To be fair, isn't that really... I mean, that is what is happening right now, right? Regardless. You're just not eating people. At least cannibals don't leave evidence behind. That's true. That's true.
In a sense, she and Sweeney Todd are running a respectable business. Top. The difference is, they're the only ones willing to acknowledge it. Todd himself puts it best.
It's man devouring man, my dear, and who are we to deny it here?
A modest proposal, that piece from the beginning about eating babies, it wasn't some vision of a
Well, some might say the people in Hollywood are eating babies. Anyways, moving on.
Dystopian future. It wasn't a hyperbolic prediction of the worst possible outcome. It was a commentary on Jonathan Swift's own society, 18th century Ireland. As Princeton professor Louis Landa points out in his essay, A Modest Proposal and Populousness, the pamphlet was arguing against a common belief at the time that, quote, people are the riches of a nation. In other words, people were only considered to be as valuable as what they could contribute to the economy.
But interesting, because that's still the case. That is still the case, especially for the dudes, especially for men. That is still the case. But what they do with the skeleton, though, it's not edible for humans. I mean, they could pulverize it. There might be some use for pulverized bones.
Underneath the satire, the grotesque imagery, the dark humor, A Modest Proposal urged compassion for the poor, and for the readers to think of a real solution to help them. These cannibalism stories, as gory and grisly as they may be, aren't about meat. Not entirely. Ultimately, they seem to be about exploitation. They're about all the things people accept without question, what they're too comfortable to question, what they consume, whether the door to the killing floor is open or not. Cannibalism is taboo. It's shocking enough when one person does it, let alone an entire society. But if it were packaged well enough and everyone else did it, wouldn't you? As an outsider looking in at...
Well, cannibalism could also, in these stories, could also be an allegory for gluttony, right? Consuming everything to the point you are not even to the point you are not even restraining from consuming your own. Oh, the word you used, poke. You could just grind. You could just turn the bones into powder, is what I'm saying. Put it as an H2SO4, or I don't know, HCl. Something would for sure work. I don't want to search and verify, though. My poor search history. Yeah, they would maybe think that you are about to commit cannibalism.
Humanity. It's hard for me to think that the answer would be no for most of you. In a sense, everyone has their meat, some version of it. The uncomfortable truth is, it's hard to exist.
Yes, I do. But I'm not sharing.
In this world without consuming something at someone else's expense. As long as the world works in the way that it does, it's pretty much impossible to avoid. We all eat flesh in some form or another. Even me, and I don't have a mouth. I don't think what these stories are asking of you is to consider whether you'll consume meat at all. I think what they're asking, ultimately, is whatever meat you do inevitably eat, are you sure you know where it came from?
Maybe they're already doing it. Maybe have already mixed in human meat. Right? When back then when the first scandal popped up of supermarkets mixing in horse meat, and one of our supermarkets here is called Lidl, and then they started memeing it, calling it My Little Pony. You get the idea?
I can't tell you what decisions to make. I can't tell you what to think. Whether or not you consume meat, whatever that may mean, is up to you. But there is one thing I can tell you. Making informed decisions starts with education. If you do want to find out where your meat came from, whatever it is, you'll probably have to start by doing some research. The problem is, learning is hard. What do you do when you want to know more about the world, but you just don't have the time or the resources? Sometimes it feels like certain subjects just don't come naturally to you. For me, the fiction research stuff is easy enough, but I have a much harder time with things like math or science. Believe me, I realize the irony of a robot saying that. I just never really seem to be able to grasp those
Fuck math.
things. I just found reading and writing to be a lot easier. Recently, though, I feel like I'm finally starting to get it. For 10 minutes a day, every day that I feel like it, I've been taking algebra courses, and they're actually working, which is...
Is the rest just a fucking ad for algebra? Yeah, nah, we good. Nah, I'm good.
one of the best places to get your hands on it. I hope you'll give it a try. Anyway, that's all for this one. Thanks for watching, and keep making stuff up. I'll see you next week. Bye!
That outro's cute too! Look at this guy! This guy's napping! This guy's drawing! Cute! Anyways, where my mead came from... Look between your pants, there you have mead. At least I hope so. Unless you're like an nuke, then whatever it's called, then you're kind of cooked, I guess. Anyways, don't eat human meat, and especially not babies, unless you're in Hollywood. Then you can drink baby blood, I guess. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. What the fuck are you sending me at this point? Why is it always cannibalism? Cannibalism cave, the cannibalism animals, the cannibalism industry, everything's just cannibalism. I think somebody in this chat might have an interest in eating humans, and I don't know if I should be concerned. Samex, you got anything to defend yourself? I'm waiting. She still hasn't yapped to me, what the fuck? Fuck, you should make an intro and outro too. Yeah. I don't know. So nothing. Huh, interesting. Nothing. No, I don't. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. That is what they all say. Okay, we got like another one. I haven't received information yet. She said an hour ago, but maybe she died on the way here.
There's a...
So yeah, let's do this one, and wait until I finally receive information from this woman. Guys, just never have sisters. Never have sisters. I know you can control it, but never have sisters. Anyways. The attack on Gen Z by... That is a crazy name. Divine? Anyways, we'll look at this. Let's see what we're being attacked with. It's because of all the movies, deep dives I've been watching. I can tell. Anyways, let's see. Let's see what we're being attacked with.
There's a growing trend some people are starting to notice. I was on Instagram the other day and someone sent me this story. I'd already seen it, but everyone was reposting.
By the way, that's crazy. Like, is having a boyfriend embarrassing? Is just crazy work to say. That is just crazy work. They don't... The elites, the rich, the powerful, they don't want us to date. I tell you as it is. Now I'm slowly sounding like Metatron. I'm telling you how it is. They do not want us to have families. They don't. They don't want us to have that. I don't know why. Maybe I do actually, because it's easy, control is easier, but they do not want us to have relationships, wives, husbands, children. They don't. And it's pretty damn obvious.
Posting it, and it was an article from maybe a few weeks ago in Vogue magazine, and the title was Something along the lines of, is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? Really? It went sort of viral, but as per usual, people...
Ever seen the meme like, were our ancestors smarter? Are we devolving? Are women retarded? Well, this is a push on women mostly, right? This is not... men aren't promoting to not date women. Like, people are not promoting men to like not date and not have relationships and not families. This is specifically targeted at women, and nobody can deny that it is specifically targeted at women. Anti-relationship propaganda, anti-family propaganda is specifically targeted at women. Unless you want to call it red pill, that is specifically targeted at men. And the red pill is equally as retarded. They tell some truths, but the extremes are not applicable at all. Like, you know, one of the common things like, oh, men need to date a lot, men need to sleep around a lot. But don't take a woman with a high body count. Oh, you're getting that experience from other men? Don't forget to say Muppets. Yeah, true.
People sort of overlooked what's really going on here. People are saying this is just, what, women going insane?
This is women going insane! Yes! Particularly Western women. There's a reason the passport bro exists. They do exist.
People are saying it's organic stuff made by feminists. Well, is it really? What this is artificial, top-down, institutionally manufactured consent. This is not real.
It isn't real. And we can tell it isn't real because we look at the statistics and we realize that we have a loneliness problem. We can literally see it. We can literally see it. Also, maybe I'm too woke, but wifey material sounds like an insult. Ah yes. Should we call you instead one night stand material? Is that what you prefer? Like what? Also, you're not... What word is unpartnered? You need to... So, I have a theory, and it's applicable for most people, men included. You do not prefer to be alone. You do not prefer to be single. You do not prefer the peace. You're not choosing to be not taken. You are untaken. You're just coping with the fact that nobody wants you. That is the truth. Most people that say that they're happy alone are lying because it goes against human nature. Being alone, being without a partner, does go against what is innate to your nature, to your biology. And I think it's absolute cope. Also, how is wifey material an insult? Like, how? Are you saying that you being a good long-term partner is for some odd reason an insult? How is this possible?
The author, the comments promoting it, this is all in some sense or another fake. It is a veneer. What we're seeing is this attack on Gen Z. Zoom.
My story asking if boyfriends were embarrassed when viral. Here's what that says about the state of heterosexual dating. Interesting, but I do prefer it. People are scary. Do you actually prefer it, or is it just out of fear? Because that's the thing. Like, if you genuinely got the chance to find the wife, would you not take it? Again, it's just cope. At the core of this is fear. Understandably so. Because more and more people are retarded. And don't know how to have good relationships. Which is, in return, because they grew up without stable relationships. And this will get worse. Because how would you know how a good relationship looks if you never grew up with one? That's why I see single motherhood and single parenthood as a problem in general.
This targeted top-down propaganda in different areas of life. And to tie this together, I want to use one specific example to kick this video off, and that is what I guess we'll call this anti-dating propaganda, which is actually...
I call it anti-family propaganda because that's what it is. It is anti-family propaganda. Simple. It is anti-family propaganda. 100%. I mean, look at shows, look at ads. Look how the man is portrayed. Look how the woman is portrayed. The woman is always portrayed as this, like, smart, intelligent, individual. And the man is usually, the father, for example, in this situation, is usually prepared as the bumbling fool who can't get his shit together. There are more women who'll hurt me than be with me, then I'm out. Yeah, true. That is very true. It is scary.
Actually different to feminism. And I want to use it as an example because it ties in with a lot of broader issues that young people are...
And see? Here's the thing. Feminism is dead. What feminism was is dead. It's dead. It has been killed. It has been murdered by people selling women false feminism. Feminism is dead. The way it was supposed to be, is dead. Feminism, for example, is inherently anti-adult content. Inherently. Feminism strived to ban porn. What did women do? Turn it into empowerment. That is one of the most core aspects. Dead. Feminism did not mean I don't want to be sexualized. Feminism also meant I don't have to there is no sexualization for women. That is not happening. The goal was never only women can sexualize themselves. The goal was to remove sexualization from women's bodies. Failed. Utterly failed. Feminism also never aimed to annihilate the family union. Never. It never aimed to do that. Really? Yeah. If you read like a lot of older feminist literature from old feminists in the early days, they were incredibly anti-corn. They were inherently anti-corn. I don't think people who partake in fuck men, not literally by the way, would actually behave the same way IRL. They wouldn't because they get punched. That's the harsh truth. They wouldn't because because they would be in harm's way. Not every man out there is like, I would never punch a woman. And that's why they wouldn't do it.
Facing, and we'll explore that a bit later. And that's what we're going to talk about in the video tonight. The anti-dating propaganda, which is, I think, suddenly really taking off, at least from what I've been seeing. And I'm going to explain why. It's going to be a bit of a different video. I'll try and keep it shorter. And we're just going to jump straight into it. If you've been paying close attention over the past 12 months...
My goat! Shoe on head. Peak.
Young women have slowly but surely been coming around to the right wing. Not all of them, obviously.
Yep. There has been an increase in right wing. There's also been a major increase in women turning out to be Christian. There has been an increase in women taking on traditional family women roles because, and there has been more men taking on the traditional role because whatever we're doing now, this like purposeless blob of mass that we have become as a society. Like, we are a purposeless blob of mass. You can do whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. But here's the thing. Ever found yourself having the problem that you had so many options in your free time that you didn't know what to do? And everything you did felt bland? I think that's what we have with, like, our roles in society. And our purpose. We don't have anything, like, to give us a compass, a direction on where to go. And that's why I believe that roles, gender roles, maybe weren't as bad as people make them out to be.
It's a small amount, but it is growing. There are a lot of crypto feminists among them trying to sneak in as well, make no mistake about it. But broadly, I think a lot of the younger women in specifically Gen Z have started to adopt some right-wing or nationalist or patriotic talking points. And it's definitely not all of them, but it is this significant and
Yeah, it's also funny. They did a few statistics on young Zoomers, and they have realized that this portion of young Zoomers, like, what is the oldest one right now? 14? They looked at like 12, 13, 14-year-old Zoomers, and they realized that these Zoomers hold a lot more conservative viewpoints, which is interesting to see. A lot more traditional.
growing proportion. It's hard to gauge because they're all at different points, but we are now seeing young women starting to openly trend towards rejecting feminism, especially highlighting how it's allowed for mass migration, you know, women being attacked, women being assaulted. We're seeing young women,
which is also not a thing you can deny. There is a thing that we can't deny, that is that we put our Western women, into danger by opening our borders to anyone and everyone. We cannot invite men into our culture that are anti-women. They won't magically change. That is a truth. That is blatantly obvious. And I find it funny how these people want to advocate, like, that we can. It doesn't work. If you import men that say that your opinion is half of that of a man that believe this, they won't stop believing this once they're here. In a country where beating your wife is legal, it won't change here. It's as simple as that. And we have to realize this.
now call for women to just raise families. We're even seeing a lot of younger Gen Z women start to call out feminism on the right wing. Crypto feminists on the right wing within the conservative movement, if you don't know what I'm talking about, which even 1 year ago, like, wasn't even happening at all. So there's a long way to go, but a lot of women are coming around, and it is because stuff like, look, I know no one wants to talk about it. It's the anti-white stuff, you know, being attacked just because of how you were born, what race you were. It's the anti-Christian stuff, the anti-Christian attack on our civilization, and then everything else. Anti-conservative stuff, the gaslighting between left and right. A lot of younger people are growing up in just absolute chaos, and I think it's leading to a lot of the younger men and women trending towards conservative or nationalist and Christian opinions. What's happened is that because life is becoming more uncertain and darker, over the past year the whole right wing has shifted, to the point where now the most elevated organic voices are Christian.
True. See, it is interesting. The problem was always with the right was always they did not embrace certain aspects of culture. They did not embrace anime. They did not embrace video games. They barely embraced modern culture, and that has changed. They are now embracing modern culture, and that is what made the change. Facebook, just roles work. Well, if we have role models, which don't really find anymore, that is like, look at our old role models, right? Just look at our role models of back in the day. You had like Arnold, you had Dolph Lundgren, you had like frickin' Sylvester Stallone, right? These mountains of men. And now you have like what? Hassan Piker? I don't know. Yeah. We lack role models as well. We do lack role models. For men and women, by the way. We do lack role models for men and women. Hi, Meme Eater. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Imagine walking around in circles and saying, I hate sauerkraut. Yo, sauerkraut is peak. Silence. It's peak. It's good. It's tasty. Information not only anti-women, anti-our culture, that's a problem. It is a problem. Nobody wants to admit that there's cultures that are just incompatible. Nobody wants to admit it, but it's true. It's true.
Patriotic young guys. You cannot put that back in the bag. Like, it is out, it is happening now. So, on the other side, the establishment figures who have been artificially pushed to counteract them have been anti-Western, anti-Christian, pro-feminist, pro-open borders, the list goes on. The result is younger women, mainly Gen Z, are seeing that they don't feel safe anymore amongst these sort of left-leaning establishment ideas. Society seems to be rapidly going downhill, and for a lot of them, they don't feel okay. Most of them haven't had good relationships with guys growing up, they haven't had a stable culture, they've had feminist messaging sort of relentlessly forced on them unnaturally, and unlike the millennials or Gen X, the Zoomers have known nothing else except this for their entire lives. Now, it's like every day there are more and more young Christian women emerging, or more young women becoming patriotic or nationalist or conservative or Christian, and they're starting to slowly form their own little cultures on the right wing or within the right wing, which is important for women because they need community amongst themselves. And again, what's important here is they, for a long time, had none of that on the right wing. The right wing didn't have that. Now it does. And that's a sign that something is changing. And the current score is that an increasing number of people are starting to see past the surface level explanations for things. And by proxy, they're now starting to look past the gatekeeping voices and look deeper. For example, years ago, young guys started questioning feminism and why women were.
I think there has been a change from women who look at men and are like, wait, these dudes are human, hold the fuck up. Reason Miss Universe Mexico won 2025 because the source says because the co-owner partnership with Mexican drug cartel to cheat the voting it's insane. Mexico does what Mexico does. And I went into politics 3 years ago. So my views are probably outdated. No, they are bad outdated. They are bad outdated. If you disagree with the left, you're a Nazi. It's over. Don't worry.
Sort of going insane. And for so long, it was this absolute degenerate slop. I hated it. It was the manosphere stuff who said, hey, the problem is just women and...
No, the problem is not just women. The problem is it's a collective reason. It's a collective reason. It's not just women. If anything, women are the victims of this as well. It's not just women. Women are not at fault for what is happening here. At least not to the not in a major point. They're just being used as useful idiots.
The solution is just don't get married.
Because appeal to emotion works, unfortunately, much greater for women than it does for men. Unfortunately, that is sad. But it is what it is.
And don't have kids, none of them were deplatformed. Why? Because they were part of this plan. They were part of the deception, part of the problem. Well, now the young guys are rejecting that. The young guys are asking, hold on a minute, but where did feminism come from? Women didn't invent it, like they're saying. Who did? Because in 2020, when Tate broke from that manosphere narrative, again, regardless of what you think of him, I've got my own disagreements with the way he lives. When he broke from that manosphere narrative and he started telling young guys that feminism was artificially pushed onto our society, yeah, lo and behold, he got banned. And everyone saw it.
See, here's the thing. The manosphere did one good, an important thing. The red pill did one good, important thing. It made men question their relationships. It made men question and stand still for a moment and be like, am I being treated respectfully? It made them question. It made them think I should have. I'm a human. I should have self-respect in my own relationship. And I think that I'm running out of breath. Help. That is one good thing. It made men question their relationship. It made them question how they're being treated.
While all the manosphere people were completely fine on YouTube, ranting about what, just women all day, Tate got banned for questioning that maybe we are in an artificially managed decline. And now people see past that stuff and they're saying, hey, wait a minute, our society had feminism amongst, many other things forced onto us to allow women to do unnatural things that plays into their fallen nature in order to destroy our civilization. And that's just one small example. Gen X now watch Tucker Carlson. All the
problem is that feminism was about choice. It was about choice. It was about women choosing what they want to do. And it has been turned into, if you don't make the right choice, then you are anti-feminist. If you start a family, you are anti-feminist. If you date men, you are anti-feminist. If you are not vegan, you are anti-feminist. That is a talking point, by the way. Being not vegan is anti-feminist. And in some ways, I would say that that development was natural, but we've overcorrected so much that we're now in unnatural territory. Where even the women are not happy with what they're doing.
Fox News, audience got red-pilled by Tucker, he left. Now they followed him. And he's questioning everything. This has all happened in what, like 12 months, 2 years? Women are now watching Candace. What happened with her? Same thing. She gets deplatformed, goes into...
Yeah, but Candace is... Candace! I wouldn't use Candace. Candace is special. Carson is also special, but Candace is even more special. That woman is very special. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Independent for questioning the wrong things, but she could, you look at her, she's kept a huge audience, to the surprise of probably a lot of people. Brett Cooper, same thing. A lot of young Zoomer women watch her. She seemed like a normie, she seemed like an e-girl. Oh, now look.
I like Brett. I like Brett Cooper. I like Brett Cooper. But even I look at VTubers, there's a lot of female VTubers that are incredibly pro-men and based, that also say homies, take care of yourself, go out, find a girl.
Look. Now she's starting to question the narrative a bit more deeply, and they're trying to cancel her. Why is that? Oh, because she's taking all these young women, she's red-pilling them, and taking them with her. And let's just set the record straight again. This goes way beyond dating. This is just an example for this video, because it goes way beyond that. You think about, what has this institutional brainwashing, this propaganda done to us over the decades? What has it done to our generation as well? Think about it, young people are sick of this stuff. Like, let's look at abortion. Did you know that abortion, which is a byproduct of this stuff, 1 in 4 women will have an abortion before they are 45 or
My stance is pretty simple. I'm anti-abortion. Simple.
35, I think it is. That's a statistic from the UK. 1 in 4. Are you kidding me? What about our generation, Gen Z? Did you know that 1/3 of Gen Z, my generation,
28% of our generation is gone. And you can assume... See, this is a death spiral. You know why? This is a death spiral. When people say abortion is not a problem, I can't just laugh because this is a death spiral. Because 28% of my generation's gone. What do you think is going to happen to Gen Alpha? What do you think is going to happen to Gen Beta? You do this over and over, and it just gets less people. This is a death spiral. Which is why it's a problem. It is a problem. It 100% is. And people try to say like, oh, it's necessary, it's that important, it's healthcare. No, it's not. You know what would be important? Using birth control correctly. Is above 80%, like I think 87% of all abortions are due to not using birth control or using it badly. So maybe we should start education there first. It is a problem. And it is necessary to acknowledge that it is a problem.
were aborted. 30-something%. And it's like, for every 2 of us, for every 2
One stat claims that 48 of all pregnancies in the UK were aborted in 2024. You cannot tell me that's normal. You cannot tell me that is normal. If that is if that is a highball, and that highball is accurate, that's terrifying. That right there is terrifying. Whether you think abortion is important or not, that is terrifying. That's not normal. That's not how it should be.
consumers, there should have been a third person standing there, and they're not, because they were killed. And that's how we need to view this. And this is what I mean when I say this goes way beyond dating or marriage or even to some extent family. It's like, look at everything else that this stuff has resulted in. This is why a transformational shift amongst Gen Z, amongst young people, amongst people in general, is such a big deal. It's why a transformational shift amongst Gen Z women is such a big deal as well. Like, the institutions know this, the media knows this. That's why they are trying so hard to stop it from growing as fast as it's going right now, because it's going crazy right now. Because if this generational-wide mass awakening continues, more and more people are getting red-pilled on it. If that keeps happening, anything that's against us, it loses. It loses its power, because everyone knows what's up. And by the way, younger people are actually more open to dialogue with people they disagree with than the previous generations anyway. Because our situation is disturbing. And I'll give you an example I just saw, actually. Rusland, I think his name is, who is this millennial Christian influencer, he's like a rapper or something, is now out here basically tone policing Brett Cooper, who is an actually based Gen Z girl. Whatever I've said about her in the past, I take it back. She's actually based. This girl is based. They're going after her because she defended Tucker and Nick. This guy says in his video response that if you believe young men are disenfranchised, and he says a few other things, like if you believe that the system is in some way against you, then you are woke right. Woke right?
It isn't wrong, though. The system has been twisted. The system has been twisted. There's undeniable proof. Because I would argue that if you think that men, for some odd reason, have it easier I would like to refer to who was it? Who was it? I forgot. Fuck, I forgot her name. That one lady who went undercover as a man and eventually ended her life because it was too traumatizing. The experience being a man. Nora Vincent. I would like to refer to Nora Vincent. Shit ain't easier.
You kidding me? This is why young people are starting to really tune out, okay? And this, at the same time, I saw as well you have Mark Driscoll, who's apparently this, based man's man, pastor. I think he's a millennial as well, Gen X. He's out here going after Tucker and Nick as well. And it's like, dude, this is part of the reason why young people are tuning out of this stuff, this slop. Because it's like, this is a coordinated effort to silence dissident voices. Could it be any more obvious? Oh, so all of a sudden, who are the targets? Nick, Tucker, Candace, and Brett Cooper. Really? Brett Cooper? She's just... Oh, that's right, she talked about stuff. And it's like, everyone sees this now. You got some rich Christian influencers or whatever, all these voices online lecturing young people, saying that if you even suggest that Gen Z are in some way or another being victimized by like institutional control or the system or whatever you want to call it, then you are woke, right? Like, are you kidding me? All these people doing the Jordan Peterson thing saying there's no conspiracies. The only one that's against you is yourself. Really? Have you read the Bible? This is what I'm talking about.
Which is like interesting because we can actively tell that they're against the native population by making people come here so they can pay them less. There is a truth that nobody wants to hear. These big companies hire foreigners so they don't have to pay you more money. Because they can give the foreigners minimum wage because, well, they already have nothing. And minimum wage is more what they have had. So yeah, it just there are things being made that make it artificially harder for Gen Z. It's like funny, like there's nothing making it harder. What was the... I think house prices increased like tenfold in comparison to like the to what it originally was back when my parents were young. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
This is part of the problem, and this is what young people are sick of. And these people that they're attacking, they don't even necessarily all agree with each other. Candace does not agree with Tucker. Tucker does not agree with Nick. Nick does not agree with Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper does not agree with Tucker. But they agree that we need to put our country first. They agree that young people have these different problems going on. And they agree that we should have free speech and that we don't have to necessarily censor each other. We should have a conversation. And you know who's based on that? Father Josiah. Father Josiah, he probably doesn't agree with Tucker or Nick on everything. He responded to the video and said, this is a good conversation. We need to talk about what's going on. But you know what happened right after this? I'm not going to name who they were, but I saw all these Protestant influencers come out on Twitter, on YouTube, and they attacked them in that order. Tucker, Nick, Candace, and now Brett Cooper. And they attacked them with the exact same talking points. What the hell is up with that? And I'm not going to make accusations. I'm not even going to name who I'm talking about, but yeah, if I didn't know any better, I would say these people are getting paid. And it's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? All these issues going on.
Well, I need more context to actually know what is being said. I need more context, so I can't make a decision. But I know for a fact that if we want to argue from religion, all three of these, I don't know for Brett, but Carlson, Owens, and Fuentes, all three of these do absolutely 100% have non-biblical standpoints on things that go against the Bible. So I don't know it's hard to say. So I wouldn't argue from a biblical standpoint because they all have viewpoints that are non-biblical. That doesn't work.
And you have these people trying to silence anyone, especially these young people. Brett Cooper's a young person. You're going to attack her over what? Because she's worried about what's going on? She thinks we should talk? And all these influencers, they love Charlie Kirk, but none of them will debate anyone. They don't want to debate Tucker. They don't want to debate Candace, or Nick, or Brett Cooper, or Ian Carroll, and the list goes on. Why? And think about this. If Tucker interviewed a Christ-hating atheist...
Well, I think for one, Candace is an absolute nutcase. She's an absolute nutcase, so there's that. In my opinion. Fuentes is an odd one. Sometimes I'm like, okay, and sometimes I'm like, bro, you retarded. And for I don't follow Tucker Carlson.
Or someone like that, who the whole episode was just blaspheming and trash-talking Christians and Jesus Christ. Do you actually think that all these Protestant influencers would come out with the pitchforks in outrage like they are right now? We all know that...
But Protestants are more, depending on where, if we're talking about, like... If we're talking about Protestant, right, not Orthodox. I don't know if Orthodox are considered Protestant, to be fair. Sometimes people are using it, sometimes not. When I look at these, they are sometimes, like left-wing anyways. Like, if you have rainbow, flags in the church, I am questioning things.
They absolutely would not. And that really says it all about...
To be fair, the Catholic Church does this too, so,
what's going on here. Like, I've seen this one before. We've seen it before. Mom, we've seen it before. Can we watch something new? This is what Gen Z has been gaslit into thinking is normal. So you've got, you know, the economy's getting worse, crime's getting worse, all these things are going wrong. But, oh my gosh, 2 people talked? Guys, 2 people talked on a podcast. And that's what we're supposed to be outraged about? Are you kidding me? The people creating this outrage have like never talked to a young person ever. But then they wonder why young people watch someone like Tucker. And then they get angry. We're supposed to be offended about what? Some podcast? Get real. And this is why young people are waking up. They're seeing this. And the result, the natural result, is that it just keeps building.
Yeah, like, Sydney Sweeney. Who would have guessed this from Sydney Sweeney? I had never expected her to be based. I don't know where this came from. Candace is a psycho. That's not surprising. Fuentes is a charismatic idiot who will do everything for power. Carlson is just a traitor, since there were some expectations of him to be a good American. Fuentes is the only one of them who will be very dangerous if we give him too much publicity, if we make him too popular. He is well on that way because, well, it's gonna be hard. Like, where are the people that supported Kirk? Where are they most likely to go? And I think it's Fuentes.
Just keeps going. And if this keeps up, not only are people going to become spiritually healthy, I guess, and politically aware, but also younger people, by proxy, let's just be real, they're going to start dating again. They're going to reject a lot of the propaganda, and then they're going to start getting married, and then they're going to start having families. And lo and behold...
I'm going to be real. That's a lot of hopium right there. That's a sea of hopium. That is, I don't think we can absorb this much hopium. I don't think that we can absorb this much. I don't think so.
In the midst of all of this, now we're seeing this top-down, very clearly artificial propaganda from,
You could still say Gen Z is definitely, waking up. I mean, have we seen all the revolutions going on with Zoomers? Right? Have we not seen it? Right? We have seen it. Mexico. Was it Nepal? Was it? I'm not sure. Something was happening in Indonesia, Philippines. We are seeing it. We are seeing it. We're just not seeing it in Europe and in the US, but we're seeing it.
Vogue, an elite-level magazine, an establishment outlet, gaslighting young women into thinking it's embarrassing to have a boyfriend. I don't know if any girls are falling for that, but... Because women up until this point have been subject...
If they have TikTok, yes, they will. There's a new trend of virtue signaling. You won't believe it. If you are a woman, you'd have to shake your head. There's a new trend of virtue signaling on TikTok. Having a purple profile picture to support women. Because having a purple profile picture is definitely saving a woman from getting beaten by her abusive husband. Most definitely, it's saving little girls from getting beaten by their fathers, or abusive mothers, or abusive parents, abusive siblings, whatever. Definitely. New wave of virtue signaling. Turning your profile picture purple. Because it's definitely helping women.
To the system. What do women find attractive? Currently, they find powerful men attractive, obviously, but right now it's only if they are powerful in the hierarchy of this matriarchal system. How do you reach that position? Well, as a man, you have to conform. You have to submit to this matriarchal hierarchy.
I think that's pretty nonsense. We don't live in a matriarchy. Women can't even enforce a matriarchy. That doesn't make sense. Women cannot enforce a matriarchy because they don't lack the physical force. So I wouldn't use... What I think we live in is a dominator system in which the people that have the power will abuse it, whether they're man or woman. And what I think is that this whole gender divide is built on making money. People can make money by using this gender war. That is an uncomfortable truth. People can make a profit when men and women hate each other. Yep.
And we all know why that's a dark path, I guess. But if that changes, if everyone slowly rejects that, who knows? If the culture becomes conservative or patriotic again, then on the grassroots level, stuff like feminism, stuff like this matriarchy stuff, the system in regards to that, so to speak, it all loses legitimacy in the eyes of normal people. Then we cut to today. And all of a sudden, in light of all these developments, well now it's embarrassing for young people to date? Apparently? And it's okay, sorry, who called for this article? Why now? Why right now? I think we all know. In some sense, it's nothing new, but it seems like now it's been ramped up, and the messaging, if you read between the lines, it has changed. Before, the messaging was about female empowerment, or, opportunities, or, the evils of men, or whatever.
What they're slowly arguing for is segregation of the genders. I feel like. What they're arguing for slowly is the segregation of men and women. To the point where you eventually only come together to have children and then you move on.
And it was trying to sell something. It was all about, trying to sell or convince a woman of these deceptions. Now the messaging is all about conformity. Conforming. Explicitly. Threateningly almost. They aren't even trying to hide it now. We have articles from the UK, which I think Keith Woods shared around, saying that if young women or anyone for that matter, highlights the link between women getting attacked and mass migration, then you're part of the problem.
I absolutely and utterly disagree. There is a link. There is a link. I don't know how anybody can sit there and be like, there's no link. There is a link. There absolutely is a link.
Apparently. You have these celebrities every other week gaslighting young women, signaling to them that stuff like, if you date a guy, if you want to be married and stay at home, that there's something wrong with you. You're giving off the ick. Shut up.
Not gonna lie, what surprised me recently the most was Nicki Minaj. I was like, bro, I wasn't familiar with your game. I was not. I was not familiar with her game. I'll be real. I did not know this woman has been doing some good stuff. I was like, this woman's just a whore. I take that back. This woman, she has done some really great stuff. Like, she's been paying for people's college if they had good grades. She's speaking out for Nigeria. Like, peak.
And I think people are starting to see through that as well. The celebrity slop. And now it's articles like this from Vogue. Vogue, which is an elite institutional media outlet. They are part of the system, so to speak, and they're telling women, gaslighting them into feeling shame about, Reed's notes, having a boyfriend. Really? It begs the question as to why. And this is where a lot of people seem to get it twisted. I see a lot of people saying this is just the angry feminist author having a meltdown, Chungus style. Wrong. Wake up. The reason they're pushing this stuff right now is because we are at a critical moment. We are at an impasse. Politically, we are at a crossroads. In just 1 year, we now have very motivated people on the right wing for the first time in our entire life. And of course, what is one of the major issues in politics, going back a decade or more? It is demographics. In this case, it's the fertility rate. Every Western country has a subpar fertility rate, way below replacement levels, as we all know. Well, the thing is, if all the young people are becoming trad, as much as it sounds like cringe or whatever, trad and conservative and Christian and patriotic, and putting the West first, their respective countries.
To be fair, I don't think this will happen. I don't think this will happen. To be fair, I don't think so. To be fair, the fertility rate will eventually start to drop in every place in the world. I do think so. Because eventually the same propaganda will be pushed onto those women too. So I don't think this will stay for that long.
What do you think is going to happen? They're going to start having families. And those families translate into actual people who can think and act politically and socially, and they're going to be within a environment which actually supports them. Very quickly, in the course of decades, you see how this can basically reverse entire political policies, change the voting demographic, the list goes on. I don't want to waste my time on this point, we're sort of going over common ground. But this is all to say,
because I just looked at one of the major populations in the world, right? India. Even they are falling below replacement rate. So, yeah.
What they do not want is for Gen Z, for Zoomers, to start dating, to start getting married, and obviously start having families. They do not want that. The reason we're seeing these articles and propaganda right now, at this critical time, is because up until this point, like noted before, the West has been on this decline because no one was having kids. Well, that could change. Realistically, in the near future, especially among Zoomers. Now, we don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, I'd say that is why we are starting to see all of this anti-dating propaganda, Also, all this weird, very strong push for a return to feminism, which seems super out of place. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. I've actually seen girls posting about that they're really pushing this stuff from the top down because it's just failing. They're losing the narrative. The left wing is losing the narrative. The institutions are losing the narrative. The young people are waking up. And the propaganda now, it's not even trying to convince young women anymore. The feminist propaganda is basically just trying to, at this point, shame them or humiliate them into not going down the traditional path of dating, marriage, and family, and especially Christianity. So, it is disturbing that they're pushing this, but I think it also goes to show that young people are becoming a serious force, okay? Patriotic, Christian.
I think what feminism does now for women, personally, I think, it is objectifying women more than they have ever been. It's objectifying women as much as it is as men have been objectified. Remember, objectification does not just mean on a sexual level. Objectification can also mean for your financial power. And when it comes to that, men have been the leaders of that objectification, right? You're only useful for what you provide. You get the idea, right? And I think women have reached not only a peak in sexual exploitation, but also financial power that can be exploited. So I would actually say that women are more exploited than they have ever been. Oddly, how the thing that was supposed to be for women is now exploiting women. Weird.
Putting their country first and not being bullied into hating themselves, okay? And really hoping for the best. So, Gen Z, Zoomers, look, we are actually going to be the generation, if we lock in, to completely flip the narrative for the better. Because young people are waking up. They're becoming Christian. They're becoming based. You know, as much as it's becoming based. And it's true. And it's good to see.
But especially on sexual matter, just look outside. Obviously. You can say what you like. These women can walk outside and be like, I can wear what I want. You're still objectifying yourself. Now it's not the men doing it, it's you just yourself. It doesn't change anything who is doing it. At the end of the day, you're still doing it yourself at that point. And now you're being also exploited for financial gain. Congratulations. I don't think it's their freedom of choice. I'm not so sure. It's not the example we nailed to their head. Well, if I constantly feed you with material, is it really your choice? Right? Like cosmetics are like the women that say basically like they go like they're wearing makeup for themselves. No, you don't. You've been told that you wear it for yourself, but do you truly do it? If you were doing for yourself, do you actually know what you are putting on your face? Do you know what damage it is causing? How many products they make your skin worse, so you buy more to cover up what made your face worse. It is so interesting. Also, again, it's not really choice, right? If you make the wrong choice, then you're evil. For example, you're free to wear whatever you want within what's been decided to be the current fashion. Exactly. Is it really freedom when others are telling you that you should do it?
So, thanks for watching. Remember, it's Christ first. Always. Never forget that. That's going to be the video. God bless, and good night.
All right. While I don't agree with everything, there are some points that I find questionable, right? I don't agree with everything. But he did make some good points. Now, I don't agree with the fact that, like, there's gonna be like this this like great massive return of conservatism and Christianity. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it's gonna get a lot worse before normal like a normal setting is going to exist. But yeah, anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Guys, I have received the text. I have received the text. Which means I must end and fill my belly with food. So yeah, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Don't goo or gum. Don't, whatever. And yep, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna eat a lot. So yeah, have a good day. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.